they ain't gonna trust it because it's done under the radar, so they never got asked a question.
So the funny part wasn't just the
Are actually doing it.
yes.
Yeah, no, and that's the problem because more people monitor online than people realize. They just don't say anything because in 2016, residents were getting threats. So if you're not for it, like this person that's running, you would get threats and they would post your picture of your house and like, where you live. So a lot of people drew back from actually making public comment.
At this time, I'd like to reconvene the meeting from closed session at 6:12. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a report regarding closed session items?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect that the City Council convened for closed session. That item 1, the threat to public services or facilities, that matter was presented to the council that was present with the exception of Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. The City Council received a briefing on that matter. No action was taken, and there's nothing to be reported at this time. Item 2, the 2 matters of anticipated litigation, all 5 members were present. There was a brief discussion on one of those matters. However, since all the required discussion on the item number 2 was not concluded, that those matters will be held over until after tonight's open session meeting. That concludes my report from closed session. It's appropriate to continue with the open portion of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. For all those in attendance and for those watching online and at home, it's a little bit of a different view today. The invocation and Pledge of Allegiance portions are pretty routine here in council meetings. They're an opportunity to celebrate our culture and our people. And for our inaugural meeting, our inaugural 2023 meeting, I wanted to really just celebrate our country and some of the pieces of our community in particular. For our invocation, Pastor Guillermo Coloca from Iglesia Elim was supposed to be joining us this evening. Unfortunately, his family had an emergency which he could not attend. If we can just send our thoughts and prayers to our family. Mr. City Attorney, if you would please do our invocation. And please rise. And so for our Pledge of Allegiance, a troop that is no stranger to these chambers and to the honors that we've been able to convey and the thanks that we've been able to convey, Ms. Takayama, along with Troop 71-221, are here to conduct and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies, thank you so much for being with us this evening, and thank you for your leadership. And please remain standing as the mighty Spartan Band plays for us the national anthem led by Mr. Tony Castro. Thank you, Mr. Castro and the Spartan Legion. As an alumni and a musician myself, the opportunity to celebrate music and artistry, as well as one of our high schools and the students, we really appreciate you coming this evening. Thank you so much. And Mr. Castro, real quick before everyone leaves, I apologize. If my colleagues can join me down in the front just for a quick photo, please, along with the Girl Scouts.
Luckily, no one flies in the mask. Sorry? No one flies in the mask. Yeah, oh, man. I showed you. No one flies. Photographer now. Thank you. I guess I quit. I'm done. Aquí. No, que se siente aquí. Yo me siento
As our guests leave the room, I would like to let the audience know that there is a cookie sale for the Girl Scouts coming up, so be sure to keep an eye out in 2 weeks for Thin Mints and Do-si-dos. Moving on to our ceremonial presentations, I'll ask my colleagues once again to join me in front of the well for recognition of our new police officers and police explorers, to celebrate our Citizen of the Month, and to recognize Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Montebello is what the industry calls a full-service city. Instead of contracting our public safety to county sheriffs or fire, we proudly fund and operate our own public safety departments. Our city name, Montebello, streaking across patrol cars, engines, and trucks is an immense source of pride. What truly makes our services special are not the equipment or the name of our city, but the people behind them. The folks on the street or on the radio, working out or on kitchen duty, but in every aspect, working together as a team to deliver the highest quality of public safety services around. We are very proud this evening to welcome the newest members of our Police Department and Explorer program. We have a few names to get through, so if you could just please hold your applause until the end, and we'll celebrate everyone all together here. And Chief, would you like to join us here at the front? We will start with our Explorer program. We would like to welcome Explorer Maria Villanueva. It is with sincere pleasure that the Mayor and City Council present this certificate of recognition to Explorer Maria Villanueva for her hard work and commitment to the Montebello Police Explorers program. We wish you luck in your journey as you set a positive example for the youth of Montebello. Next, Explorer Christopher Villanueva. Explorer Christopher Villanueva, it is with sincere pleasure that the Mayor and City Council present this certificate of recognition for your hard work and commitment to the Montebello Police Explorers program. We wish you luck in your journey as you set a positive example for the youth of Montebello. And now for our newest officers, if Officer Gregory Morales can please join us at the front. Officer Morales, it is with sincere pleasure that myself and the City Council present this certificate of recognition for your hard work and dedication to complete the Police Academy. We wish you well as you undertake this strenuous but noble path of law enforcement. Your sacrifice will make this community a better and safer place. Officer Omer Garcia. Officer Garcia, it is with sincere pleasure that myself and the City Council present the certificate of recognition for your hard work and dedication to complete the Police Academy. We wish you well as you undertake this strenuous but noble path of law enforcement. Your sacrifice will make the community a better and safer place. And Officer Marco Cobian, please. Officer Cobian, it is with sincere pleasure that myself and the City Council present the certificate of recognition to you for your hard work and dedication to complete the Police Academy. We wish you well as you undertake this strenuous but noble path of law enforcement. Your sacrifice will make this community a better and safer place.
And just a few words on our latest hires, which I'm very proud of. As you know, recruitment and hiring, I think with any profession is very difficult, and right now for police agencies it is, and Montebello is of no exception, right? So we're definitely hiring, we're recruiting, we're doing everything we can to get people in, and I think the closer we recruit and we hire from the city and the general region, the better we are as a community, as a city, right? Because these kids, these young men and women, the more dedicated they are to our city. And I am happy to say that each of these up here, although not necessarily from the city of Montebello, within a couple miles, 1 or 2 miles, I'm sorry, ma'am, within 1 or 2 miles of Montebello. So that says a lot of who we're trying to bring in, and then the future loyalties of what we have, right? We're a small agency, unlike larger agencies, right? We don't have as many places to move around, but the ones that we do hire, we know that after I personally speak with them, that I have a personal understanding that they're dedicated. So I want to say a couple words about each of them. Officer Marco Cobian, he's 34 years old, and he grew up right down the street here, not too far off in Pico Rivera. He graduated from the San Bernardino Sheriff's Academy in 2020, and he has an associate's degree in social science. So that is Mr. Cobian. Officer Omir Garcia was born and raised in Pico Rivera and attended Rancho High School. After graduating from high school, he attended Cal State LA for his bachelor's degree and USC for his master's degree. He's married and has 2 children. Officer Gregory Morales was born in La Habra but raised in Whittier. He attended Rio Hondo College and Cal State Fullerton and majored in child development. He attended the Golden West College Police Academy, and he's not married right now. And then for our explorers right now, right? So he's looking for a lady in Montebello, right? And I know Gregory's family works in the city of Montebello, right? So now let's go on to our explorers. As I said, with the officers, the closer we come in, but even with our explorers, right, the younger we get them in, the more dedicated they are to our city. And not always do they become police officers with our explorers and cadets, but they go on to be fantastic people, right? And then they reinvest and they come back, and often come back to work in the city in different aspects. But Officer Maria Fernanda Villanueva, she's 18 years old. She was born in South Almonte and lives in East Los Angeles. She graduated from Applied Technologies High School in June, and right now she's attending Cal State LA, and she is very active in her church. Explorer Christopher Villanueva is 15 years old. He was born in Almonte and is a sophomore at Applied Technology High School. And he is also very active in his church. So that goes to tell you, right, all within a mile or two of Montebello. So we're getting people, kids, and ladies and gentlemen that are vested here, and I'm very proud to have them. So thank you, and you're our best recruiters. That goes for the City Council. So thank you guys, and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much, Chief. And if we want to collapse a little bit for a quick photo. Next, we will be recognizing our Citizen of the Month. This gentleman is someone that I've known for the last couple years. It's been my pleasure on council and outside of council as well to work with him in different capacities and just see him all over the place. And he's definitely a quiet force behind the scenes. So Dr. Haro, if you can please join us in the front here, and if we can please give a round of the month, round of applause for Dr. Haro. I am very pleased to announce my first Citizen of the Month as mayor because this first awardee of the new year has been a longtime loyal servant and committed supporter of the city of Montebello through his many deeds and has called Montebello home for the past 46 years. Dr. Haro was raised in the Boyle Heights area of East Los Angeles. He graduated from Roosevelt High School and then attended UCLA, where he received 3 degrees, including a doctorate from the UCLA Graduate School of Education. He joined the staff of UCLA in 1975 and remained with the university his entire professional career. Today, he continues his affiliation with UCLA as Assistant Director Emeritus and Postdoctoral Scholar at the UCLA Chicano Studies Research Center. Dr. Haro and his family have been residents of the city of Montebello since 1977. He currently serves on the Beverly Hospital Board of Directors, where he was appointed to the board in 2008 and served for 7 years as the chair of the Board of Directors from 2010 to 2017. Dr. Haro is also a member of the Montebello Shia Sister Cities Association, where he served as president for 5 years and established both the Elaine Kirchner Scholarship Fund for Montebello Student Ambassadors and the Ye Ihara, Montebello Host Family Fund. His extensive history of public service includes a term on the State Bar of California Committee of Bar Examiners, appointed as a public member by the Board of Governors, State Bar, from 1980 to 1981. Also in 1980, he was appointed by Superior Court Judge Paul Egley to serve on the Los Angeles School District Desegregation Monitoring Committee. And in 1981, he served as chair of the committee. He was also on the Board of Trustees of Immaculate Heart College Center for 11 years. In healthcare, Dr. Haro served for 17 years and chair for 2 terms on the board of directors of La Clínica Familiar de Barrio, at the Community Health Services Center that is now known as Ultimed Health Services Corporation. Ultimed is recognized as the largest Latino nonprofit health services organization on the West Coast. Dr. Haro retired from UCLA after nearly 33 years on the staff, during which he served as the Assistant Dean of UCLA's International Studies and Overseas Program for 18 years, and as Program Director of the UCLA Chicano Studies Research Center from 1975 to 1983, and then as Assistant Director for the Center of 2002 to 2008, Dr. Haro maintains his affiliation with UCLA and serves as Assistant Director Emeritus. Dr. Haro is a published author, has planned and executed multiple high-level conferences, and even has a UCLA Chicano Studies Research Center Scholarship Fund named after him to support UCLA graduate students conducting research in the area of Chicano education. Dr. Haro works tirelessly in support of both Montebello residents and those who work and visit our city from throughout the region. We know that he has inspired many others to follow his example and leadership in serving a community. And I hope this recognition reminds everyone of the kinds of homegrown legends we have working to make Montebello a great place to live every day. Please join me once again in recognizing our Citizen of the Month for January 2023, the very accomplished and very esteemed Dr. Carlos Manuel Haro.
I'm very appreciative of this recognition by the city council and the community in which I've lived for so long. Many years ago, I met a teacher from Lincoln High School. It was 1968. His name was Sal Castro, and he would teach his students, no sean mensos, go to college and graduate, but there was a second line, go back to your community and serve. And I've tried to be true to that. Thank you very much.
Lastly, for our presentations, the Montebello City Council starts off the new year by declaring January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Every year since 2010, the President of the United States has dedicated this month to raising awareness about the different forms of human trafficking, also known as modern-day slavery, referring to sex trafficking and compelled labor. The significance of January originates from the Emancipation Proclamation declaring 1.3 million slaves free in the midst of our country's civil war. Today, it is estimated that nearly 25 million people, adults and children, are trapped in some form of human trafficking around the world. We respect and honor the efforts of anti-trafficking organizations, state and local law enforcement, survivor advocates, and all engaged citizens in the community who promote this important cause. Everyone can play a part in ending human trafficking, and we invite you to join in playing a part to prevent or reduce human trafficking anywhere and everywhere. Let's do our part by learning more about the crime and reporting situations if you suspect someone has fallen victim to human trafficking. To learn more, visit state.gov online and discover 20 ways you can fight human trafficking. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the statement of oral communications?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. At this time, the general public may address the City Council on both agenda and non-agenda items. Please be aware that the maximum time allotted for members of the public to speak shall not exceed 3 minutes per speaker. State law prohibits the City Council or the Finance Authority from taking action or entertaining extended discussion on a topic not listed on the agenda. Please show courtesy to others and direct all of your comments to the mayor. And do we have we have cards, we also have written comments.
We have 13 speaker cards. First speaker is Will Severa, followed by Margot Iser.
And we are starting at 6:44.
How are you doing, Council? 3 minutes isn't much, so I'm glad that you guys are going to change back the public speaking to the way it used to be. The first agenda item number 10 I would like to talk about would be California Government Code 36512. It goes over the procedures of an elected position if it's been vacated, where it has 60 days to fill the vacancy by appointment, or you would need to go to a special election. In my opinion, it would be better than spending a couple $100,000 to go to a special election at large. When checking with California, they said that it is not in the privy of the council to remove a voted in position. It must be filled and you cannot terminate it. So hopefully you guys can do an appointment sooner than later so we don't have to go to an at-large election and cost the residents more money. Agenda item number 13, I agree with changing the ordinance 2460, which is about how we've been going to the bids. Currently, it's been creating a lot of loopholes to continue to use tax dollars as a free-for-all. Hopefully, the council can give clear and decisive actions on how they would like to see this go through, so this way there won't be any confusion with the staff or them, and we can move this along a little quicker. For Council Orals, Council Jimenez, I think that's a good idea for the pitcher and the fire department. However, I also do not agree with Mayor to apologize, considering we have lawsuits that are naming a bunch of staff members currently. As far as also Council Orals, Councilwoman Peralta, Mayor Pro Tem, I should say, I agree. We need to bring back the Traffic and Safety Commission as well as the Civil Service Commission, but also make sure that it's in clear understanding, because whenever we see certain meetings, sometimes staff will try to direct the appointed, and we saw when the pandemic happened, the city manager basically shamed a commissioner for trying to assist the residents, and they are responsible to the council, not to the city manager in history. And speaking about our history, can you guys do something about the new logo? It kind of looks like crap, in my opinion. And rumors are we're talking about selling the city hall. We just put in over $10 million in the last couple of years into this building, and now there's rumors going about we're going to try to go into the DePaul Center. You know, it seems like the new staff is trying to cancel out all of our history, and you can't move forward without knowing where you came from. The other thing I would like to do as a regular public comment would be as far as we've had a lot of nepotism and inside hiring, whether it be in transit or other department heads. So currently we hired a mechanic, a shop supervisor, Juanita Soria Moran, that's related to the acting interim manager for the transit, as well as he's the HR. So how these people are able to get these positions. All right, thank you.
Next speaker is Margot Iser, followed by Delia Sandoval.
Good evening. The topic I have is regarding our public golf course. Now, Mr. Mayor, I understand that you met with Mr. Robert Urtiaga and others and said that you promised 3 votes for the improper use of our open space land for affordable housing, high density, et cetera, et cetera. And I wanted to say that this open space enhances our quality of life here. It also is, there's many other areas in the city that have a lot of housing going up, like the luxury condos on the oil field and what used to be our hills. There's a place, there's bunches of senior housing facilities, there's all kinds of condos. We have to have all this evaluated. In fact, there's a house right across the street from here, an apartment building that used to be affordable. People lived there. The new owner said, oh, I've got to make it luxurious. It's now all vacant. And that's the place where the 100-year-old little house was that was our part of our agricultural heritage, and it was torn down. So we have also got those little box things that they put up for the people who don't have houses as temporary dwellings. So there's many other ways to find affordable housing in the city if those places are evaluated. But we need to keep our golf course. We, the people, should have been involved and should be involved now with any decisions about our public golf course, because the land offers a respite from urbanization. It offers a place for recreation, natural outdoor recreation, and a connection to nature. And it is also would be preserving our city's historical heritage, and that would be for future generations. So this place is not surplus land, and it doesn't matter what the state says. Our city has to evaluate its housing to make sure that it's not taken away from our quality of life. We need to have our quality of life enhanced by leaving that place open and finding alternatives for what to do about the housing. And you as our representatives are supposed to do that for us, the people, the residents who actually live here and want our quality of life to remain better than it could be if everything's covered with houses. So we want to keep it open space, and you can do that. I'm sure you can. And we want to keep it for the future. And thank you, and please do what we, the people, residents, need and want you to do. Thank you. I went before 3 minutes. That's a surprise for you. And I'm glad that Scarlett, I didn't know you were sick, Scarlett, and I'm glad you're well. I didn't know you had been installed. So everybody remember, you are working for us, the people, and we, the residents here, want that as open space, and that's really important. That'd be the main emphasis on this whole thing. Okay? Thank you.
Next speaker is Delia Sandoval, followed by Alexandra Viceno.
Did not use. Good evening. My name is Delia Sandoval. On October 26, last year, I was here to inform you that Angie Jimenez publicly posted a picture of me on social media and was inquiring about who I was. The picture she posted of me read in part, "These people are spreading false information. Have you seen her?" with an arrow pointing to my picture. She's added again, #disgusted. After she found out who I was, she hunted me down and came within close proximity to my home with the intention to intimidate me, to stop me from passing out flyers. Remember? She said, she's added again. She was so disgusted that I was added again, so she took action. She harassed me, bullied me, and aggressively yelled at me, saying, "What are you doing? Why are you passing out misinformation, Ms. Sandoval?" I was startled and caught off guard. Then I recognized Ms. Jimenez. I responded, "I don't have time for this," and drove off. But I have time now. The flyers we were passing out made reference to 4 issues that Ms. Jimenez either voted for or was in favor of: bringing a trash transfer station to South Montebello, restricting freedom of speech, Ordinance 2444, a $10,000 bonus to city manager in favor of Metro Light Rail trains on Washington Boulevard. We were not passing out misinformation. City council meetings clearly verify this. The reason I am here again is because I am requesting that it is documented that the one who was passing out, posting misinformation was Ms. Jimenez. Ms. Jimenez exhibited an abuse of power, was disrespectful, dishonest to the constituents of South Montebello when she posted misinformation on social media using my picture. She targeted me, hunted me down, aggressively harassed me, bullied me, and attempted to intimidate me. Ms. Jimenez, using your same words, your behavior is disgusting. Disgusting. I couldn't tell you that before, but that seat that you were elected to is meant to represent the constituents of South Montebello with respect, honesty, honor, prestige, professionalism, and dignity, to name a few. To the other city council members, I want to congratulate you and thank you for conducting your work and representing us with grace, honor, and professionalism and respect. To my fellow South Montebello community, this is the best we have? I'm sorry. Is this the best we have to represent us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alexandra Briceno, followed by Bill Pauliso.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. Tonight, I would like to make known my support for an interview hiring panel. Creating and filling employment positions with qualified individuals is critical to any organization. And because we are not a private company headed by the company's owner, we must set up processes to ensure that our city hires the best qualified individuals. Too often, we witness how influential or powerful people, including politicians, will often give six-figure salary jobs to those who support their political agendas. Too often, a council member from a neighboring city is asked to vote for something unpopular and assured that if he loses their bid for re-election, no worries. We'll set you up with a nice cushy job at some other city, a neighboring city. It is our duty to install checks and balances to prevent this unethical practice known as nepotism. Nepotism is a practice amongst those with power or influence of favoring friends or relatives, especially by giving them jobs. Nepotism can have an adverse effect on our city. It can demoralize hardworking, loyal staff who miss out on promotions to unqualified and undeserving individuals. It can demoralize an entire department and create a toxic environment. Council members and residents, I ask you to please support the installation of an interview hiring panel, especially for high-level positions. The hiring panel should include residents, and it should have the power to require mandatory advertising of job openings, set the minimum job qualifications, confirm that the pool of candidates meet the minimum qualifications, and finally, ensure that the city manager and staff adhere to the process by hiring off the list of vetted candidates. And to avoid overburdening staff, we should apply the process to high-level positions only. This concludes my comments. Thank you very much and good night.
Next speaker is Bill Pauliso, followed by Monique Cruz.
Good evening. Today I'm here to speak about the issues and problems that are going on in South Montebello, the district that Ms. Jimenez represents, and yet has done anything to clean it up in the last 4 years, but she talks about what a great job she's doing. We have commercial vehicles being parked on residential streets, people parking cars in their front yards, trees blocking sidewalks, furniture and trash discarded on Bluff Road, campers and RVs being parked on city and residential streets with people living in them. Why are we only having these problems in South Montebello? I have never seen the neighborhoods on the north of Whittier Boulevard dealing with this type of blight. Maybe if Ms. Jimenez would stop running all over North Montebello with her running group and pay attention to the south side of the city is the area that she's supposed to represent, her constituents might actually feel as though they have a leader representing their interests. As a concerned citizen, I've been reporting these issues to the city for over the past 10 years with no long-term actions being enforced. To say that I'm frustrated and disgusted with the city's lack of response is putting it mildly. If we can't get these issues cleared up in the next 30 days, we'll see how Ms. Jimenez and her neighbors likes having a trailer or motorhome parked in front of their houses. The city's municipal code 10.68.010 needs to be updated and changed to ban these vehicles from being parked on city and residential streets. To back up my point, I do have pictures to make my claims. Also, I would like to take a moment to comment on the remarks made by Ms. Jimenez at the last council meeting. You spoke to Ms. Peralta like you were her mother. I don't think Ms. Peralta needs any schooling from you. She's doing pretty good on her own, and the 1,479 voters that voted for her think so too. Ms. Tamayo, let me apologize for Ms. Jimenez's crude remarks to you. It was very unprofessional and uncalled for. I find it really funny that tonight Ms. Jimenez on her council wills wants Mayor Torres to apologize. Well, Ms. Jimenez, if you are a real leader, I suggest you start leading by example. Start by apologizing to Ms. Delia Sandoval, a constituent from your district, for attacking her with personal insults and posting her picture on social media for talking about your voting record. Try apologizing to me for calling me a liar for talking about your voting record. Until you are ready to start apologizing for your actions, I suggest you stop demanding apologies from others. It's the epitome of hypocrisy. Ms. Jimenez, let me end with this advice to you. Those who want respect, give respect.
Next speaker is Monique Cruz.
I do have pictures. Could you pass these to the council so they can see what I spoke about? Those
Next
go to the
speaker
general
is
counsel.
Monique Cruz,
These go
followed
to
by
Ms.
Joey
Jimenez.
Bravo.
Thank you.
As a reminder to the audience, this is a business meeting. If you can please keep applause to a minimum, preferably, to respect the process here. The Deputy City Clerk is trying to call our next speakers, and it is very difficult to hear.
Thank you. Good evening. I am here in response to the safety concerns that was on Mr. Melendez's dock today. So I come to you as a concerned citizen of this beautiful city. I'm a business owner here in the city of Montebello, and I own property here in the city of Montebello. And like many of us, we love the new downtown development. We visit there often with our children and our friends that visit from out of town. Last week, my loved ones and I witnessed a horrific accident where two pedestrians were struck by a vehicle. It was a rainy evening, and they were crossing the crosswalk there. The lighting very dim, as you can imagine, and that's on the corner of 6th and Whittier. Several community members stopped to help, and I was shocked to hear that this incident or similar incidents has happened multiple times on this intersection. And the most haunting moment of that whole ordeal last week is it could have been us. We could have parked across the street, and had we been walking across, that same intersection, it could have been me. And so that I'm here to tell you it's imperative that our city council and representatives address the safety concerns so that no one else gets hurt in this intersection. So I urge you to take the necessary steps to make this intersection safer, since this is a hub of community that has a high traffic volume, and it should be a big priority because of these wonderful establishments on this stretch of Whittier that are bringing more foot traffic. And not to mention the new development that's in the works with Cesar Chavez. That's just going to bring more foot traffic in that area. So since last week, I brought it upon myself to reach out to LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis's office and Linda Sanchez, which states, and I quote, "Our office does not have jurisdiction to implement speed reduction measures on Whittier and Montebello. Only the city of Montebello does." This next one is from Linda Sanchez. "There's money earmarked for these type of situations and can be funded if the city of Montebello applies for them. So please tell me, City Council, is it the lack of funding or is it the lack of priority?"
The next speaker is Joey Bravo, followed by Yvette Bimbres.
Good evening, council members, good evening, staff, community residents. My name is Joey. I've been a Montebello resident for almost 3 years now. Moved here, we bought a house right at the beginning of COVID, of the pandemic. I may not have been born and raised here, but there's no doubt that I'm fully invested in my new city of residence, and I take pride I take pride in living here and investing in the local businesses. I eat everywhere, I drink everywhere, I eat more, and I run to eat more after that. So I'm here to address Council Oral 2 under Councilmember Melendez's Council Orals, addressing the dangerous intersection of 6th Street and Whittier, and I urgently request that action is taken to ensure pedestrian safety for for folks that are trying to cross Whittier Boulevard. And although this recent push advocating for safety measures comes on the heels of last week's accident involving 2 pedestrians, this is an issue that many of us have been lifting up for quite a while. I am an active runner with Run Montebello Run, and I assure you I am the fastest in the group. I also invite all of you to come join us for a run or a walk to see how amazing our group of supportive Montebellans are as we run throughout the city, north, south, east, and west, for folks who don't know. We meet at Boulevard Market every Thursday evening and Saturday morning, and have witnessed countless near accidents involving pedestrians of all ages, from families with babies and strollers to elders with walkers. On Thursday evenings, many of us have resorted to acting as crossing guards, using our running lights to ensure our fellow residents were seen by passing motorists. I'm hoping that our local agencies will commit and take swift action to ensure the residents of Montebello that pedestrian safety is important. I understand that there are complexities involved with the intersection, as it is along State Highway 66. But after reaching out to other local offices, it appears that there is much more finger pointing than accountability. All I ask is that our local agencies meet about this issue to find a solution and not wait until another person's life is forever altered. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvette Fimbres, followed by Rosemary Gurola.
Good evening, Mayor Torres, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, and council members. Tonight I am here in my personal capacity to speak as a resident in the city of Montebello, constituent and First Amendment right. I was simply impressed with the first council meeting chaired by Mayor Torres. The professional conduct of a mayor was a breath of fresh air. Thank you on behalf of all residents who watch these meetings regularly. I would like to encourage all council members to adopt resolution number 23-04, reinstating Mayor Torres' council rights and privileges. The censure that was placed upon Mayor Torres was unlawful. I was beyond disbelief to witness such injustice here in the Montebello Council chamber. However, tonight you all have the opportunity to reverse such gross action and reinstate the rights and privileges that are imperative of all council members elected to represent the residents here in Montebello. I am also here to applaud council for the introduction and first reading to repeal the amending of Montebello Municipal Code sections 3.20.050 and 3.21.025. The Montebello Municipal Code sections in place providing various exceptions of bidding procedures for professional and special services and standardization of goods and services does not allow for transparency and provide equal and fair participation. The objective should be to increase the competitiveness of the bids, to seek the vendor providing the best deal at the best rate, and to ensure equal opportunity and representation from eligible vendors. Hence, a win-win situation for Montebello residents and the vendor. Lastly, I would like to concur with Councilwoman Tamayo's council oral on comments made during city council meetings. Comments should focus on issues and not be personalized. It should be in each of the council members' repertoire to have the skills and command of language to articulate disagreement with substance. When one resorts to personal attacks, it shows their lack of control, knowledge, and experience. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Next speaker is Rosemary Gurola, followed by Kimberly Cobos-Cawthorn. We have a total of 13. We're at number 9.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Gurola, and I'm the manager of the Montebello Library. It's been about 3 years, 2.5 years since I've been to a meeting here because I was on a temporary assignment to Huntington Park Library, and in February of 2020, when I got word that I would be coming back to Montebello in a few weeks, well, then you know what happened a few weeks after February 2020. So I've been gone for a solid 2 years, and about, I don't know, every other Friday for the 6 months before that I was here. So I've been watching the council meetings, and I thought, I better come and introduce myself to everybody because the only familiar faces are David Sosnowski and Mr. Glassman. And so I thought, I better come over here now, start the new year off, and let you know a little bit about what's going on at the library. I'm sure you are aware that we are closed right now because the roof is being totally replaced on the library. So we won't have the flat roof that was collecting water and creating a big lake up on top and a lot of leaks in the building. So that's being changed out. But we are offering sidewalk service on the Beverly side of the building. So people can still call us, request items, check out items, but we have to get everything for them and then bring it out to our front door. Or if they cannot walk up the ramp, they can let us know and we'll deliver it to their cars. And if people still want to go into a library, especially if they want to use the computers, Chet Hollifield Library on the south end of town is open. And I've heard that their business has gone up because of people who were so used to coming to Montebello and reading, and now they're all going to Chet Hollifield. So we anticipate a reopening sometime in March, but as you know, the weather plays a big part in a roofing project, and we've had a lot more rain this year than we have in other winters, so we'll see how long it takes to get the library all ready again. We do offer virtual programs, and they started actually with the pandemic because people are so used to attending programs, and the county decided to do them virtually, and they have been such a success that we are still offering them. So I thought I'd bring all of you flyers to let you know that some of the programs we have, like one of them is coming up next Tuesday at 11, is an author who's going to be speaking about decluttering your homes to start the new year. We also have one program that was very popular, basic clothes mending techniques. A lot of people don't know how to sew buttons back on their shirts and blouses, and they're asking for that, and they presented this program before, and the audience was really big for that. We also have one coming up on exploring video conferencing apps, YouTube for beginners. I never talked this long. And another one next Wednesday on starting your small business. So I just thought I'd bring you flyers so you're aware of them. Meet everyone, and I look forward to seeing all of you at the meetings now. So.
Next speaker is Kimberly Cobos Cawthorn, and followed by Tita.
Good evening. Good evening, those at home. So I'm going to be speaking on items 11, 12, and 13. 11 is the change on time. Let's take into consideration those community members that work, not just certain council members. And let's remember the employees. They start early in the morning, and then they're here till late into the evening. And then you want them here bright and early the next morning doing all your action items. So maybe we can have that noted, should God forbid something happens on their way home, because a lot of them don't work here. Live here. So maybe we can note that, because also I don't think that it's in our resolution that they have to attend the council meetings. It's not mandatory for them. For item 12, the resolution for reinstating Mayor Torres, please do that. Please, please, please do that, because that'll make all those claims so much stronger for those employees. So please reinstate Mayor Torres's rights so those claims and lawsuits can be so much stronger for the employees. And also for 13, the RFP, let's RFP everything so when there's an emergency, just like the storm, and Beach or Bluff falls again, and our directors have to come to our CM, Bobadilla, then what's gonna happen? It's not gonna be fixed during the emergency, but it'll be fixed in 6 months. Since I do have a few more minutes, I know they're saying about this whole dump in the south, it takes 4 votes, and I don't think there is 4 votes that has to happen. So good luck, and thank you, Councilmember Melendez, for all your work with the Armenian community. We appreciate that. Have a good night, everyone.
Next speaker is Tita, followed by Linda Nicolas.
Ms. Gregorian, before you speak, we are coming to the end of the 30-minute public comment period. we will entertain a vote to extend the time to allow for additional public comments. Ms. Deputy City Clerk, how many comments do we have left?
After Tita, we have 2 comments, and we have 8 written comments.
So if there is a motion from the council, we can extend time. If not, the comment period would be continued at the end of the meeting.
Can I motion to move forward with those that are present and extend time for them to be able to speak since they're here, and move the emailed public comments to the end, unless my colleagues would like to also extend time for that, but.
There is a motion on the floor to extend time for public comments for those that are present and to continue email public comments to the end of the meeting.
I'll second that.
There's a second. We'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that passes. Ms. Gregorian, please share your comments.
Go ahead.
May I speak now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sheila Gregorian, resident of Montebello for longer than most of you have been here in Montebello, before you were born, I'm sure. Anyway, I am very proud of my community and have been, and I continue to fight to keep it what it's been. And I'm a little concerned with you, Mayor Torres, especially since you're mayor now, because of your attitude and your history. You have a lot of skeletons in your closet, and they always seem to pop out in the weirdest of times, and that will just smear more dirt in our city. I just, I'm having a nightmare, because you have 17 complaints from staff, and 7 that went on with the lawsuit. Yet you want to have your powers restored? Really, how can staff and the community believe that you have changed? I mean, it's not an easy thing to have to work under such stressful situations. And there is a reason that you lost your job. I don't know why, but I do know that you lost your job. You don't believe, I feel like you don't believe that rules apply to you, and yet you want to have your powers restored. They were taken away for a reason, and I am not too happy about having all your powers restored. Sorry, but that's just how I feel. You need to grow up a little and be more responsible and take responsibility. I know you're a social butterfly out in the community, but those of us that know you a little better know the true you. So I am very concerned about that. I would like our city to remain with the reputation that it's had in the past. Usually they don't, people that have not worked out for a city very well are long gone. And I know that there are some trying to come back to our city, so I hope that everybody will consider that and think of why they want to come back and get into some power in our city. And there is a lot of drug money going around our city. They are trying to, that is another thing that concerns me, our last election. There's a lot of money flying around, and I myself was not very happy as to what happened in that election. And I still don't believe it, but like the truth goes, the truth shall prevail. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but eventually it will prevail. Let's see, I was also, so I recommend that no, you should not have your privileges reinstated, because I don't think that you deserve to have them reinstated at this point. I think you still need to grow up a little bit more and be a little more responsible and realize that you're representing our city, and I'm not happy about that, I have to admit. Thank you.
The last speaker is Rosa Tamayo. Oh, I'm sorry. Next speaker is Linda Nicolas, followed by Rosa Tamayo. I apologize for that.
Good evening. My name is Linda Nicholas, address on file.
This evening, I would like to address Torres's idea of changing the starting time for council meetings because a certain council member cannot attend on time. Why should that become a problem that will affect the residents, mainly the staff and employees, which everyone knows you don't give one iota about? Should you change the starting time of the city council meetings, we will organize match 90640 members like we did when the JLAC committee took Montebello off the agenda for the state audit hearing. We sent over 350 faxes and emails, made calls, disturbing the normal work office. The result was Montebello was on the May 18th, 2018 agenda. Our group went up to Sacramento, and we won a unanimous 13-0 full forensic audit after we testified. Remember this, Torres, this is our city. We were here before you lost the first time you ran, and we will be here long after you're gone, which by observing your actions, you will be sooner than you think. I would like to put this on the record. As we were leaving outside after the last meeting of December 21st, 2022, I asked you, Torres, if you answered me regarding your friendship and association with Zoe McKinney. You became very nervous and did not deny the fact that you knew her prior to the letter she submitted on behalf of the ACLU against the city of Montebello. So much that you turned tail and ran back in directly to speak to Mr. Glassman. As for reinstating your rights and privileges, absolutely no. 17 employees were investigated. All were found to be credible. The only person they found to be a liar was you, Torres. Councilmember Tamayo, have you read the claims of the disgusting attacks by Torres towards the employees? Your company has a zero tolerance for any negative actions towards anyone. You are a representative of that department. Wonder what they think if you vote to reinstore powers and the rights of Torres after he abused so many employees and it was verified. We know no matter what we say, you are up there as a third yes vote, and you will always never vote against Torres, so you will be a yes vote. Thankfully, Councilwoman Jimenez, for your orals asking for a formal apology from Torres before reinstating his privileges. But everybody knows he's a narcissist. It won't happen. Gandhi once said, "When I despair, I remember that all through history, the ways of truth and love have always won. There have been many murderers and tyrants. For a time, they all seem invincible, but in the end, they all fall. They all fall." Thank you.
Next speaker is Rosa Tamayo.
Mr. City Manager, if you could please translate. And if, I think,
Póngase su gorrito de intérprete.
I think last time the comments were a little extended, so it's hard to really catch the pieces. So if we could break it up a little bit more, that'd be appreciated. And if we can set the timer to 6 minutes, please.
I will do my best.
I'm sorry?
If we can set the timer to 6 minutes, please.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello.
1 second.
I don't think this mic can, does this work?
Director Chi, is Director Chi in the room?
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2.
One moment, a bit of technical difficulties with the city manager's microphone.
Claro, si me dejan. Ustedes me dicen cuando empiece.
You want me to translate?
Ay, pero no me voy a poner.
A member of the public, translate.
Testing 1, 2. Okay.
No me quiten minutos, ¿eh?
Listo. Pero me deja alcanzarla porque a veces va muy rápido.
Pues sí, pero también tengo el derecho de freedom of speech. Buenas noches, soy Rosa Tamayo.
Good evening, my name is Rosa Tamayo.
Soy activista comunitaria.
I'm a community activist.
Felicidades a señor Salvador Meléndez.
Congratulations to Councilmember
Disculpe
Melendez.
que la anterior meeting no lo felicité. Se me
Sorry that
pasó.
I didn't congratulate you on the last meeting.
Y buenas noches a todos los concejales
And good evening to all the council
de
members
nuestra ciudad de Montebello.
of the city of Montebello.
Tenemos una ciudad muy hermosa.
We have a beautiful city.
La tenemos que cuidar.
We have to take care of it.
Yo quiero decirles que yo traje los derechos civiles por Rosas Law.
I want to tell you that I brought the
Se
civil
los
rights for
vuelvo
Rosa's Law.
a decir, para individuos en desventaja, y se necesita implementar la ley.
It's important for those disadvantaged folks that we implement the law.
Por eso yo traje los derechos civiles.
That's why I brought the civil rights.
Ustedes, 3 concejales, no son dueños de la ciudad para hacer cambios en su poder autoritario dictatorial.
You 3 council members don't have authority
Esta
to
es
make,
una administración demócrata que vende servicios a la población.
excuse me, you 3 council members do not have the authority to make unilateral decisions via dictatorship.
Y no se puede despedir personal porque está altamente clasificado.
And you can't dismiss staff because you're classified.
Chief de bomberos,
Fire chief,
Peláez,
Peláez.
está altamente clasificado y es una persona que tiene muy buen equipo.
He's classified and he's one of those positions and he has a great team.
Señor René Bobadilla es una persona muy clasificada y tiene muy buen team de trabajo para nuestra ciudad.
Mr. Rene Bobadilla is also classified and he has a dean?
Equipo.
Equipo.
Oh, she said it in English.
El Chief Espinosa tiene muy buen equipo de oficiales y él está muy altamente calificado.
Has a good team.
Ustedes están trabajando una línea roja muy delicada. Cuando digo línea roja,
You're straddling the red line, and when I mean red line,
muy delicada, tiene consecuencias.
very delicate line, it has consequences.
Además, concejal Torres, no puedes tener tus derechos por lo que violentaste los derechos de los trabajadores de la ciudad de Montebello.
You also, Mr. Torres, violated the rights of the employees.
Usted me conoce como yo soy.
You know me the way I am.
Así que vamos a trabajar juntos
So let's
por
work
el
together
bienestar de nuestra población.
for the city of Montebello.
También otra cosa que quiero decir,
Also, one more thing.
el 8105 Slauson tiene muchas ratas.
81005
Esa facilidad.
Slauson has a lot of rats.
Y está muy sucia.
It's
Yo la
very-
fui a mirar.
It's very filthy. I went to see it,
Y mis amistades viven cerca ahí.
and my friends live
Y
close
ellas
to
me
it.
dijeron, en la noche hay ratas que pasan como para arriba y para abajo en la calle.
And my friends told me at night the rats go up and down the street.
Y nomás quiero decirles que yo estoy mirando lo que ustedes están haciendo.
I'm
Y
just
por
letting you know
eso
that I'm looking
yo
at what you're doing.
necesito que los negocios estén funcionando y las puertas abiertas para las personas en desventaja.
That's why I need the businesses' doors to be open for folks with disabilities.
Incluso aquí en el edificio de la ciudad,
Including this facility here.
necesito que abran las puertas para personas con desventaja.
I'd like the doors to be open for folks with disabilities.
Hay muchas necesidades
There's tons of necessities
en esta ciudad,
in this city,
pero es una ciudad que va en el progreso.
but it's a city that's in progress.
No estén jugando a los chismes.
Don't be playing with gossip.
Y con la adopción de resolución número 2304,
With the adoption of ordinance 23.04,
Ms. Tamayo, your time has concluded.
Okay.
Unless there is a motion by a
Aquí
council member to
están.
extend time.
Aquí tengo una lista de personas que no están de acuerdo.
I have a list of petition with folks that are not on board. Gracias, señora Tamayo.
Espero que no quiebren los derechos y violenten los derechos de los trabajadores.
I
Por
expect
favor.
that you do not break the civil rights of employees.
Thank you very much to all of the speakers this evening for public comment. Moving on to staff communications on items of community interest. Mr. City Manager, are there any items?
We have no community of interest items, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the public hearing. Corrections to the Mr. City Attorney, you have a correction to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to note that there was an amendment or amended ordinance that was presented to the council, and I believe it was also posted on item number 13. So that should be as part of your packet. And other than that, as far as the balance of the agenda, it stands as presented.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6, public hearing to adopt resolution number 2301, approving a proposed substantial amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 2020-21 CDBG Home Annual Action Plan to reallocate CDBG CV funded activities.
This time, Mr. Mayor, it's appropriate to open the public hearing. Actually, we do have staff reports, so we'll wait for that.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and everybody here today. Today, as the housing manager, I am here to, thank you. I'm here to present the proposed substantial amendment, number 2 of the 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan for reallocations of the CDBG CV funds. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So for the executive summary, the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus, it's also known as the CDBG CV program. It's one of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development programs, and we administer it here in the city of Montebello. And the request for tonight is to seek the reallocation of $322,909.34 in CDBG CV program dollars. I wanted to give a little background on what CDBG CV is. So it is the Community Development Block Grant coronavirus program that was funded directly through HUD. On March 27th of 2020, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, it's also known as the CARES Act, it became effective. And under this CARES Act, $5 billion were set aside in CDBG CV funding to prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19. As part of the CARES Act funding, the city of Montebello was allocated a total of $910,151.
On this slide, I'm able to identify the original allocations for the CV funds. The original allocations were for the administrative program of the CV funds. That amount was $162,029. For MCAP, which is the Montebello Community Assistance Program, they were originally allocated $313,122. There was also a rental and utility assistance program. It was a program ran through MCAP as well. That was originally a $290,000 allocation. There was also a mortgage relief counseling program, and $20,000 were originally allocated to that. There's also a YMCA, and they were allocated $25,000. There was the Mexican American Opportunity Foundation. They were allocated $25,000. Heart of Compassion was allocated $25,000. And the Senior Food Distribution program that would have been run through the Parks and Recreation Department, that was allocated $10,000. And lastly, there was going to be a business assistance program, and that was originally allocated $40,000, which was a total of $910,151. So tonight, a background for the public hearing for proposed substantial amendment number 2 is that a substantial amendment number 2 is being proposed for the reallocation of the CV funds. And any substantial amendments made to an annual action plan, it requires a public hearing per the city's citizen participation plan. And this is pursuant to guidelines maintained by HUD. And due to the reallocation of the CV funds, a substantial amendment to the annual action plan is required. Staff tonight is requesting that these funds be reallocated to the MCAP and Heart of Compassion programs, since these are existing programs that prepare, prevent, and respond to the coronavirus per HUD regulations. This process of the public hearing allows input from the public regarding proposed use of HUD grant funds. On December 12th of 2022, a 30-day notice of public hearing was published in the Daily Journal, and copies of the draft annual action plan for amendment number 2, they were made available during the public review period on the city's website, with hard copies also available at City Hall within the Planning and Community Development Department. And the proposed substantial amendment number 2, 2020 annual action plan, was circulated for public review beginning December 12, 2022 through January 11, 2023. So the reallocation proposal for tonight is as follows. We would like to cancel 3 of the projects, which total $70,000. The cancellation is due to the factors of the pandemic. There were not enough staff to run the programs, and other factors. That's a total of $70,000. We would like to also propose to reallocate a remaining amount of $252,909.34. That comes from the Rental Utility Assistance Program and the Mexican American Opportunity Foundation. And we would like to propose to reallocate the funds as follows: $250,000 to Montebello Community Assistance Program. The funds will be used to cover costs for continued homeless services, and also to Heart of Compassion. We would like to reallocate $72,909.34, and that would be the total of $322,909.34. And that is it, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. To my colleagues, if you have any questions, we will start with Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. My only question on the last slide, the business assistance, what specifically was covered under that, or what was the proposal for that?
Originally, the business assistance would have been to assist businesses who were affected by COVID. They would have been grants offered to them. That's what it was for.
Okay. No, I have no other questions.
Councilmember Tamayo.
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yes, I appreciate Councilmember Melendez's question. I think that was something I wanted to understand as well. In regards to the senior food distribution allocation funds, the reasoning behind those being removed and reallocated?
We actually got funding from a different source, so we were able to replace it with different types of funds.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask what source that is, or where that additional funding will be coming from?
In addition, a lot of the meals we got during that time, we actually got for free through different sources, but we'll let Mr. Sosnowski respond.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I was walking through the delay from back there. Could you mind repeating the question about the senior food program?
Yes, from my understanding from our city managers, that we'll be replacing the senior food distribution funds with different funding that the city has received. My question just was what funding source is that?
If I can clarify, this already happened.
Okay.
So we had allocated funds for this purpose, but we didn't end up using it because we had different funding sources, or we actually got food for free.
Essentially, that's what it was. So we actually got a lot of donations from Heart of Compassion, MAOF, and gave a lot of the food for free and didn't have to use those funds after all. So we expanded our food delivery to, I think it was like 200, 250 homes per week at one point, but didn't have to touch those funds. They go back to other sources.
Okay, thank you. I would say the only comment I have is in regards to, for example, like business assistance. I think that that's still extremely essential, seeing that businesses are still suffering because of COVID. That hasn't necessarily disappeared. We have businesses that are still struggling with staffing, and I think that the city, can work on expanding and promoting the program more to our businesses. Speaking to local businesses, very mom and pop type of shops, they do reach out as far as what resources have been available, and I think that kind of beefing up our promotion or resources that we can connect them to through these grants, I think is still needed and essential for our local businesses and really growing our economic development here in Montebello. That would be my concern as far as just kind of reallocating that specific fund right now. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Just one comment to that. A lot of the businesses actually did not take our offers for this funding because it was easier to get PPP money. A lot of them got different types of funding from the federal government. So this became very challenging for us to try to get out. This funding has a timeline, hence why we're coming to you for a way we can actually use every dollar. My concern is if we keep those dollars in there, we may lose it and not be able to fund it. My recommendation would be maybe to use different CDBG dollars that have more timing that we can use towards that effort instead of this money that has a time-sensitive timeline.
Thank you, colleagues and Mr. City Manager. As to the timing, I noted in the staff report that the funds don't have to be expended until March of 2024. How does this action comport with the timeline of ultimately expending those funds?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
Sure. These funds,
Yeah.
I believe they have to be spent by March of 2024. So I'm just curious, as we talk about that we have looming deadlines to spend them, or we risk losing them and whatnot, how that deadline comports with this process. Is because I understand that there's a 30-day public review period that has to be had if we're going to change the purpose for these funds. Are there any other deadlines in consideration? So for example, if we wanted to use this $40,000 for business assistance, in addition to conducting a 30-day review period or a public comment period, are there any other timelines that we need to be aware of where we wouldn't be able to somehow program these for use before March of 2024?
With HUD funds, unfortunately, the timelines that they give us they do have a cause and effect always. So, for example, if we don't reallocate the $40,000 of business assistance, then staff would have to reach out and figure out how this money can be spent. And staff already tried doing that. And what was happening was the response is that the businesses had already received funding from another source. And so if we don't reallocate these $40,000, then we're going to have to, if you want them to be used towards business assistance, and we are not able to achieve that because of whatever factors may come up, we're going to lose that funding, and we're going to have to do this whole process all over again to do the public hearing and have this, and I'm not sure if we're going to have enough time. The reason we're bringing this to council now is because of the whole process of collecting all of the data that's needed from the programs that are already being run, or existing activities. So it's a whole process. They have to get their data together. We have to collect it. We have to review it. Sometimes it takes like a while for them to, give us information and then do our drawdowns, and everything just takes so much time, unfortunately. But we are hoping that we can reallocate the funds this time, and then maybe find a way to offer a CDBG funded business assistance program if possible. I can absolutely look into that for the community.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I think economic development is something that we are all in line with. It was part of our strategic planning session in 2021. It's a big part of our general plan and creating a specific plan for a downtown area and also a commercial area along Washington. So I think, we definitely want to make sure that whatever dollars we can send to our small businesses to support them, we have some of our CEOs and entrepreneurs burning the candle at both ends to keep the doors open. So anything that we can do to support effects of coronavirus, the negative effects of coronavirus that they're experiencing, that would absolutely be very beneficial for our community. In a similar vein to the business assistance program, I also just had a question about the rental and utility assistance program. So looking at the numbers here, there was $290,000 that was allocated. There's a remaining balance of $252,000 for that purpose. It notes here in the slide that the program was closed due to a lack of applicants. So I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what that program entailed and some of the difficulties that we had. I think especially considering that gas prices are going up, we've seen another wave of coronavirus and people calling in sick and having to take care of family members. That concern, I think, for myself still looms. So if you could describe that.
Yes, absolutely. So the program was administered by the MCAP program, and they were receiving applications, and they were being processed accordingly. Unfortunately, they just stopped coming in, and we were able to help, I want to say about 20 community members with the funds that were made available. But the applications just stopped coming in, and so we then received a notice from HUD saying we had to spend the funds, and so we just, started brainstorming, and we found that MCAP could use the funds towards the program, not necessarily the rental and utility assistance program. So that's where that comes from, to reallocate the funds to them. But the applications just stopped coming in, really. You're welcome.
I apologize. I'll start my comments over again here. So I noticed that the open period from when it was posted in the Daily Journal and the 30-day notice was between December 12th and January 11th. That period is very heavy in holidays and family and travel, and I wonder if in opening the opportunity for the public to comment and to participate, if perhaps this was not quite the ideal situation or the ideal period, being that people's attentions were drawn elsewhere, and being that this is such an awesome opportunity for our residents to take advantage of. I absolutely understand the deadlines and the administrative pressures that you guys take. Like you said, in terms of drawing down funds and the communications with HUD, those alone, just waiting for an email back, can be a long time. But if I would hope that we just consider those kinds of sensitivities to make sure that we can maximize participation, because there are such awesome opportunities to provide assistance to our community, which you guys are very sensitive to. With that being said, at this time, I would like to open the public hearing at 7:52. Are there any speaker cards submitted to speak on this item?
Yes, we have two. First speaker is Will Cervera.
Hello. Yeah, the program seems like it's going to be pretty good. I definitely like the way MCAP has been working, but attending the hearing as well as being able to see on the video, it says that the public notice was through the Daily Journal, which is pretty much for attorneys, and it's not going to be going to the average resident. So when people say that they're not going to be getting applicants, part of it is where are you putting it so people can actually read it? And two, are you putting it also in Spanish, because we have a lot of Spanish speakers in our community. I know a lot of business owners that said that they didn't get any of the information to apply for some of the funds that are more along the lines of the moms and pops. So it just depends on the outlet that we're actually doing. So of course, you're not going to get it much if you're putting it in the Daily Journal, because if you're a restaurant owner, why would you be buying that type of paper? So you wouldn't even be reading it, versus putting it in like La Opinion or LA Times, Whittier Daily, or even the Montebello Reporter, if it's approved or authorized. Also, can we potentially have, since this is still early enough, it seems like you could help a lot of these businesses out, and as well as some of the elders. During this last election, there was a lot of residents that were saying that they didn't even know anything that's going on because they don't get a Spanish printing, so you're excluding a lot of residents. And there's a couple of the facilities that are predominantly Mandarin speaking, so do they even get any of that information so they could read it and apply for it? by any chance, is there a way that we could actually do something like a town hall and speak about it? Because HUD has actually been opening up several programs where the cities are able to actually implement programs. So this way you could cut out the organizations, because a lot of the money is going to go to administrative fees versus actually helping the people that are in need. So that's why I actually like the fact that it's going to MCAP, because it's funding them to continue doing what they're doing, and they're doing a good job. Yeah, and if we can also do something, because I know we have to do a housing element, and it seems like some of these can possibly be intertwined and maybe conjoin them, but obviously that's a longer conversation and we only get 3 minutes, so thank you.
Next speaker is Christina Strickland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Christina Strickling. I am the controller at Heart of Compassion, where we feed the public and your community, our community, on a weekly basis, and appreciate the consideration for the allocation for this funding. We do pay more than $15,000 plus a month in rent. COVID affected us tremendously. My dissertation is how do you onboard and recruit quality volunteers? And we're a nonprofit. And the lines have grown substantially, and they're just coming more hungrier. So again, thank you for your consideration. You guys have a great evening, and Happy New Year.
Last speaker is Yvette Fimbres.
Good evening. I just have a comment because, a question is, I'm not that familiar with the funding, but is there an option in the funding to make consideration for like monies be put aside for seniors that live in our community that may need home restoration, and they can maybe apply for monies that can help with making, improvements to their home or necessary improvements to their home. I mean, is that an option? That's my question. And if that's not, well, then fine. But maybe if you could maybe put out a list of what things are, or this money can be used for, other than what's listed that you've allocated already. But what are the items that it can be used for? Is it for residential? Can it be used for residents or just businesses, nonprofits? What is it that this funding can be allocated for? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Bobadilla, would we be able to have a staff member answer?
Yes, Rosemary.
To that last question, currently on the city website in our housing division section, you'll be able to, community members are able to see all of the programs that are currently being administered using CDBG and home funds. One of those programs is called the Home Rehabilitation and Preservation Program. And these are $50,000 deferred loans that are available to qualifying members of the community, including elderly, who meet a certain income requirement. These loans are used to help rehabilitate homes and do work that may be needed in the homes. So we do have that program. These funds, the CV funds, unfortunately, their specific use is to prepare for coronavirus. So that's why these funds can't be used towards something like that. But we do have programs that are available, and you can go on the website, look up the information, and my contact information is there for anybody who may have a question.
Thank you very much. The public hearing comment, seeing that there are no more speakers, is now closed at 7:58. This matter is at the council level for a motion.
I would like to motion, and Mr. City Attorney, please guide me if this is, or if it's being properly said. But what I would like is for this to be able to come back in February, if possible, to allow an opportunity for further engagement, which, you know, virtually or in person, to be able to just receive a little bit more feedback from the community, and also to share these opportunities to our city's website as well as other media, simply because the Daily Journal isn't something that is accessible to our community. I am, you know, a little concerned about canceling some of these programs that I think could really impact and be a positive impact to our residents who might not have known about them. And I think there are ways of partnering with our stakeholders, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce or other organizations, and spreading the information about business assistance, utility type of grants. And so seeing that the deadline isn't until March 2024, understanding though that there might be some other deadlines that might affect it, if there is a possibility of conducting a little bit of further engagement and bringing this back as soon as possible for council consideration. So it's a very long motion, but.
Well, I think to whittle it down to its essence, there's a request to continue this matter. The only question I have from staff, is there a time circumstance that, yes? Because one thing I want to make sure is clear to the council is that if some of these reallocation of funds are not made, we lose those dollars. So would you like to explain that, please?
Yes, I think the biggest factor with all of this is just the circulation of the notice. So, you know, we have 30 days to do the public comment or period. And then there are other deadlines coming up, for example, home art funds, and then the next year's annual allocation plan. So what we're trying to do here, what we really worked hard at here was reallocating the funds into existing activities per HUD guidance, because we at the city didn't want to do anything without HUD guidance. So they advised that the best way is to reallocate funds to existing activities. So that's what happened. And not just that, we were asked by these programs if we had additional CV funds. So it kind of worked out. I do understand the concern of having money available for the public for programs such as the business grant. So,
if I may ask actually a couple of questions. One is, and it's my understanding from dealing with this in the past, that individuals or entities that want to tap into the CDBG funds, they would have to apply.
Yes.
And there's also a timeline for applications, and I don't know whether that has also passed. So that, so that's one question. And then the second one, with respect to the Daily Journal, again, it's my understanding in the past that there are certain requirements of where notice can be published. They generally have to be of newspapers of general circulation, and quite frankly, we really don't have like I'm trying to think which ones do qualify here. I don't think the Whittier Daily News does, but you know, we have certain requirements for federal compliance, and that's why you're seeing some of this, you know, where it's published and timelines and things like that. But having said that, if the I guess ultimately, if the council continues this and not approves it tonight, what is the impact on the funding, on those dollars?
Well, the impact is that we could possibly lose the funds if we do not come up with a way to spend the funds. So for example, say, we get the $40,000 to go towards that business, those business grants. And that program, it was actually the nonprofit applied for those funds. So they're the ones who didn't want to take it on because they had received other funds, right? So it would just, the implications are just not meeting the deadline on time. Then we have just things flowing yearly. But the great thing is that with CDBG funds, they're allocated every year to the city, right? So maybe we can come up with a program, or maybe we can just brainstorm and see if there will be options to do a business grant program. So we can do that, absolutely. The funds are coming in. Montebello has been in compliance with HUD for the past few years, so the funds are flowing in.
And Mayor, if I may, the goal as well is to not jeopardize the programs that are being brought forth today, because if we don't take action, nothing gets approved. We can't move forward with any of the programming or funds. So
Yes.
we would definitely significantly increase the chances of not using the money.
Mayor and council, and I only wanted to highlight that, not for any other reason other than to understand the consequence of postponing. If the council wishes to postpone, that's the council prerogative, and continue the public hearing, but there are those risks. But if you want me to fashion the motion, I can help fashion the motion.
I think that it's kind of like an unfortunate situation. I think that, I don't necessarily want to affect kind of how these funds, or jeopardizing the funds that can be taken away if the process takes too long. So that's not something I necessarily want to jeopardize. And I think I can also, value the importance of just creating more engaging processes. And so something that I think, seeing that this is an yearly type of allocation, that the city should commit to ensuring that these concerns are taken seriously and implemented in the next go-around. I think we can do a way better job in ensuring that just because the daily journal is what is required, we can go above and beyond that, and ensuring that this is published elsewhere, and that it can be accessible to community, ensuring that any type of engaging surveys or any type of meetings can be done not in times that are holidays that affect attendance. So I think just being a little bit more intentional in the way that we engage our community, I think is going to be extremely important moving forward to ensure that council feels comfortable with how these funds are being allocated, and ensuring that we really maximize the way that we create successful programs, because these programs were initially funded, and I think that we can work in ways that we can promote these programs better, partner with our regional stakeholders to ensure that this information is getting out, because from the businesses and the residents that I've talked to, they don't know about these programs, right? And so I think that that's where, as council and as a city as a whole, we can work on being intentional about these types of concerns prior to kind of coming up for a vote today. So with the information and, being kind of cautious in the process of not jeopardizing funds, at the moment, I do withdraw my motion.
The Mayor Pro Tem withdraws her motion. The item does need a motion for approval.
I'll make the motion for approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Jimenez. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Tamayo. Ms. Deputy City Clerk, if you can please call roll.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Abstain?
Mayor Torres?
Aye. The motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
Moving on to item number 7, public hearing to approve an energy service contract with Alliance Building Solutions. That item will be continued to the next meeting, regular meeting of January 25th.
And Mr. Mayor, for purposes, so that it doesn't need to be republished again, if you would please open the public hearing, entertain a motion to continue to that meeting, and then we'll vote on that motion, and then we don't have to republish.
The public hearing is opened at 8:10 p.m. And we will close the public hearing.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. At this point in time, would be appropriate for the member of the council to entertain a motion or submit a motion to continue this matter to January 25th, 2023, at your next council meeting.
I would like to motion to continue this public hearing to the next council meeting of January 25th, 2023.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Melendez, I apologize. Ms. Deputy City Clerk, if you can please call roll.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, this matter has been continued. The public hearing will be conducted on January 25th, 2023 on item number 7.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. Moving on to regular business, item number 8, review of current council assignments to various boards, agencies, ad hoc, and task force committees. Mr. City Attorney, I apologize. This matter is open for staff report, if there is one. No staff report. No staff report. This item is up for council discussion. We'll start with Councilmember Jimenez.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Jimenez has not stated a preference for any of the committees, commissions, or ad hocs. Councilmember Melendez, is there a preference?
I would say the ones that I would be interested would be the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, Independent Cities, or SCAG.
We'll just go through the entire council here just to state it. If there are any conflicts, then we can discuss those and resolve those. Ms. Tamayo, Councilmember Tamayo?
So my interest would be in the Gateways City COG, the alternate for that's a vacant, and the SIACA, I could take the alternate on that.
Okay, the Gateway Cities COG and SIACA alternates for both appointments. Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
My preference would be for SIACA and for the San Gabriel Valley COG.
So as the regional board assignment stands right now, San Gabriel Valley COG looks like it may be maintained with Councilmember Peralta and Melendez. The Capital Projects Committee is currently vacant. I apologize. As it stands right now, the San Gabriel Valley COG is populated by council members Peralta and Melendez. The Capital Projects Committee is currently vacant for both positions. That is a committee that I would have interest in myself. The Gateway Cities Council of Governments currently has Councilmember Jimenez. Council members Tamayo and Melendez have also expressed interest.
I said, I don't have any preference except for the only one that I do have gateways, but I think I'll be able to work with Ms. Tamayo because I think because we're both working parents that we'll be able to figure that alternate seat.
Excellent. So Ms. Jimenez will be the representative with Ms. Tamayo as the alternate. For Independent Cities Association, Mr. Melendez is the only one that expressed interest, and Ms. Jimenez also currently sits on that. With there being no other interest expressed, Mr. Melendez and Ms. Jimenez will sit on those. For the Montebello Chamber of Commerce, both positions are currently vacant. Is there any interest among my colleagues?
Just as a question, what time is the meeting for that?
The Chamber of Commerce doesn't really hold meetings that council members attend. I think it's more of a delegate position in terms of just, communications.
I mean, I could be an alternate, but I don't know if my colleagues prefer to be the primary point.
For the Chamber of Commerce, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta has indicated interest to be an alternate. Is there anyone that would like to be the primary point of contact? Primary delegate?
Yes, I can take that, the primary.
Thank you, Ms.
for
Tamayo.
chamber.
League of California Cities is currently council members Melendez and Jimenez. That is a committee that I was interested in. If either member would like to rotate out their seat.
I can be out of that one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Melendez. And Ms. Jimenez, would you like to serve as the primary for that position? Correct. Ms. Jimenez will be the primary for Cal Cities, and I will be the alternate. For Los Angeles County Vector Control, resident Ave Cordero has been the appointee and looks like he's serving through November 2025, so that will continue. For SIACA, Councilmember Tamayo has indicated interest as an alternate, and Mayor Pro Tem Peralta as the primary. And lastly, for the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, only Mr. Melendez so far has expressed interest or as the primary, or currently holds the seat as primary, I apologize, and expressed interest. Is there anyone that would like to be an alternate for SCAG?
Alternate.
So that will be Mr. Melendez as primary for SCAG and Ms. Jimenez as alternate. So we can move on to ad hoc and task force assignments.
Right. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, there are certain assignments that are best with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. That includes the sanitation district and the city selection committee. Actually, the city selection committee is the mayor. The alternate could be any member of the council, and actually, you can actually address that at the time that you do have city selection committee meetings. But I would recommend that you adopt since you have these assignments identified, that it would be appropriate appropriate to make a motion to approve what is titled City Council Assignments to Other Jurisdictions.
I motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Ms. Deputy City Clerk, if you can please call roll.
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres.
Aye. So moving on to ad hoc and task force assignments. For this portion of assignments, I did want to have a little bit of a conversation with my colleagues. If it's more appropriate, well, let's start the conversation and see how it goes. It's been my understanding that ad hocs are committees that are created for a relatively short amount of time. They're created for a purpose with a termination date and with an overall goal. There are several ad hocs that are on this list that seem to be just ongoing and continuous with no real stated purpose.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to propose to my colleagues was actually either assigning a purpose to these ad hocs, assigning a deadline by which they would be dissolved and kind of complete their mission. For the ones that I'm thinking of for that kind of fall under that rubric, the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee has existed for several years with no real stated goal or outcome that we're trying to achieve. The Economic Development Ad Hoc is another one that is, I think, one where all council members would like to participate in the conversation of the way that we pursue economic development. I think, Mr. Mayo, in the past, you've talked about bringing that to study session. The Homelessness Task Force has done a great job so far of bringing Operation Stay Safe, but aside from that particular project, I'm not aware of a particular goal or outcome that we're trying to achieve. The, let's see, Military Task Force, Solid Waste Ad Hoc, the Firework Ad Hoc, and the Financial Reporting Ad Hoc all kind of fall, I think, under this same scheme where there is no stated, goal or outcome that we're trying to achieve, and definitely no timeline as to when they'd be dissolved. So among this conversation about how to go about the assignments, I would like my colleagues to consider that. And maybe for another meeting, as we go about assignments today, we can work with staff to develop that and develop those timelines. So with that being said, let's see. And I would also like to bring up two other ideas, and Mr. City Manager, this I think will start to get a little bit into your territory as well. The City of Montebello has sister city associations, relationships with foreign cities that are federally recognized, two of them being Ashia and the other one being Stepanakert and Artsakh. There's also a third with Ensenada that has existed, and I know Councilmember Jimenez has also brought that up recently. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find any records on that relationship, so perhaps this would also be a good time to kind of continue down that path and reestablish that relationship. But being that these relationships are federally recognized, that they are very serious in nature, when Montebello created the relationship with Stepanakert, that actually created some international pressures to not recognize that relationship. And to this day, Montebello is the only city that has an actual sister city relationship with Stepanakert, as opposed to other cities that have tried and had the term, I believe it's friendship cities. So Montebello holds a very special place, and what I would like to start the conversation of, and not quite for approval today, but for the city manager to consider, is the ways that we can fund these sister city associations. Their volunteer programs. This evening, we celebrated Dr. Haro, who is a part of the Ashia Sister City Association. I don't know if my colleagues have had an opportunity to attend any of their events, but they are a passionate and fun bunch, and they really know how to make a dollar stretch. These the members of these sister city associations open up their homes to our neighbors across the ocean. They open up their pocketbooks for baseball games and show the ways of LA like street dogs. And in supporting what they're doing, which they've carried on, to my understanding, without support from the city, I think it would be fantastic if we could contribute some amount to their activities, whether it be $5,000 or $10,000. Like I mentioned, volunteer groups really know how to make a dollar stretch, and every penny is just so valuable. I know for Ashia Sister Cities, there is an annual student exchange where our students go over there and theirs to here, and we host them for, I believe, a couple weeks. Every 5 years, there is a major celebration where a delegation of adults actually travels to the other cities. And so you can imagine with the plane expenses and everything else that the costs can add up very quickly. So I think it would be a small way that we can start to contribute and celebrate these international relationships with our sister cities. So in addition to Ashia Sister City, and perhaps changing that from an ad hoc, because we don't quite meet in an ad hoc fashion with the city, perhaps considering it more like the Chamber of Commerce as a delegation or a delegate that represents the City Council to the Ashia Sister City Association. Also adding to this list and making sure that we recognize our Stepanakert Sister City Association as well. So for the Ashia Sister City Association, is there anyone that has an interest in being a delegate?
I would like to state my interest for that.
Thank you. And I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem. The same way that we did the previous ones, we'll go through the order. Ms. Jimenez, if you want to, are you interested in the Ashia Sister City Association? Okay. And actually, that might take a little bit more time, so I apologize. I'm going to kind of jump back to the previous one. For the cannabis ad hocs and economic development ad hocs, can we come to an understanding among council about dissolving those, or would you like to continue that to another day, another conversation?
Can we just vote to dissolve the ones that we should pick right now before we move on? Because I think we're all in agreement that some of them are just not, it doesn't make sense to keep them.
Sure, absolutely. So Ms. Jimenez, with that understanding, the ones that I suggested earlier, I'll mark those for dissolution. Those being the cannabis ad hoc, the economic development ad hoc, the homelessness task force, the military task force, the solid waste ad hoc, and the firework ad hocs and the financial reporting ad hocs.
I don't see any for the farmer's market ad hoc either. I think we're all in agreement that the farmer's market.
For the thank you, Ms. Jimenez. For the farmer's market ad hoc, is there any interest in continuing that, creating a purpose and a term?
I would say the only, I guess, for city manager, I know that we had left off in conversations about ways that we can improve attendance and engagement in the farmers market, and ways that we can also include our service clubs from participating, and in such a way that they also receive some sort of monetary contribution through their through whatever opportunities they get in selling products or food. So I just wanted to see if that is something that would be appropriate to continue through an ad hoc, or how those conversations can be fully fleshed out in order to kind of implement some of those ideas that we had spoken about.
I think,
Mr. City Manager?
I think similar to the other ad hocs, this was created to create a farmer's market, and I think that's been accomplished. I think that's the mission. The mission has been completed. The rest is operational. We receive feedback. We're getting feedback now. Those are things we can look at incorporating. So, it's the council's wish, but in my opinion, I think you reached your mission. And just one note on the financial reporting ad hoc, that was one that was brought back from Councilmember Tamayo's Council Orals from last meeting.
Okay. Let's see. So with that understanding, Mayor Pro Tem, the farmers market ad hoc?
I understand, we've already kind of completed the intention of the ad hoc. I think that I will definitely continue to kind of lead some efforts in some of the improvements I would like to see, and I know there's other opportunities and avenues to do so to ensure that there's always ways that we can improve the farmers market, which has actually been a great success, and I know that our residents love. So I'm okay with that.
Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, I agree with everything. My only question in regards to the street ad hoc would be, I know the initial purpose was kind of to identify some of the streets, and I know there's probably new technology that we have now or new ways of identifying the streets that need repair. So would that be better suited for like a study session or something like that, so all of us can provide input of the streets?
That's a better topic to
Mr.
do in a special study
Mr. City-
session than it is via ad hoc, yes.
Mr. City Manager, one moment, please. The reason why I didn't list streets in that list is I actually wanted to propose something for council consideration. So with the streets ad hoc, so with the move to districting, one of the things that I think a lot of residents are afraid of, I think something that we've seen already, is the way that the streets ad hoc can be used to benefit certain interests. What I was actually going to propose was that the streets ad hoc work along with staff to research and study other cities that have a district system in place, and to create a policy as to how we can go about street paving in a way that's equitable and fair across the city, also with the understanding that there are major projects sometimes that just land in one certain area. I know that city staff has been looking at doing an entire Olympic Boulevard study. That is an instance where there is a massive impact that affects, thousands and tens of thousands of people every day. That would particularly benefit two districts, but the conditions of the roads are so severe is that it kind of supersedes district consideration, and it's really about city and intercity use. So what I was going to propose for the streets ad hoc, and hopefully with the deadline of just before the capital improvement projects are done, is that 2 members can sit on here, conduct that research along with city staff, find what policies and best practices there are out there to ensure that the way that we pave streets is equitable across the city, and like I said, with particular consideration that we do have major projects that we need to complete.
Can I provide a suggestion to that? I think that's fair. My only the only other thing I would like to add is probably maybe whenever we have the study session, provide a study session, and then from what the rest of the council, and then the street ad hoc committee can take over that information to the rest of the council members, whatever information they want to provide, and then just carry on the street ad hoc.
Can you describe that one more time?
Yeah,
please?
so pretty much like if I still want to have the ability for all of us to provide some type of input in regards to some of the, whatever we want to, streets or issues or any road concerns that we have, and use that information to then, if there is a street ad hoc committee, to also utilize that information and move forward with it. So just to give everybody an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's kind of that process of equity and fairness, because I understand staff is dealing with a massive backlog of roads that have been requested to be repaired. There are several roads where there's a history of conversations and of, intent in the past that we're still trying to figure out. So in that whole sphere, making sure that we get those things done and address those problems, and as well as take on the new concerns of the community. And I think maybe along with developing a policy framework as to kind of how to go about these projects, also just, I think in one resource, putting down a way that we can, that all 5 members can understand how we're gonna go about tackling the challenges of the outstanding repairs that are still there as we take in new complaints and new concerns.
And Mayor, if I may, as we formulate our budget for 23, 24, and you'll see how much money you'll have allocated or additional funds that the city council wants to allocate towards street repair. And we can present to you our GIS mapping where we're at. I think I mentioned to the council before, not all repairs are equal. Some repairs are reconstruction repairs, some are slurry seals. And I know sometimes we get complaints of you just fixed the street next to me, but you didn't do my street. And it's because of the type of repair and the cost. So it'd be good to have the study session to address funding, to address types of repairs, and where we're seeing the issues, and then start formulating a plan for 23, 24, and probably for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. So with kind of going back to where we were in terms of the dissolution of various ad hocs, I think we're moving on to assignments. So Ashia Sister City, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta indicated interest there. For the Stepanakert Sister City delegate, are there any members that have an interest?
I'd have interest in that.
So that would both be the establishment. Yeah. Correct. So we're establishing the position as delegate to the Stepanakert Sister Cities Association, which operates out of our Armenian Center. Moving down the list, we do have the ICSC ad hoc. This was created last year as a way to streamline meetings and the way that they're scheduled for staff. I believe last year, the way that it was termed, as we see the 2 positions, one is vacant and the other one being Ms. Jimenez, is that it was, I think the idea was the mayor and the mayor pro tem. I was wondering if my colleagues have any opposition to that.
No opposition.
Thank you very much. Next is the Joint School District Ad Hoc. This is one that I believe we're waiting on our colleagues in the school board to really effectuate, but I think the opportunity is still there. This has the same issues as the previous ad hocs in that there is no defined scope or defined purpose and timeline. So in continuing this, I would hope to bring that back and make sure that it has those parameters. Is there anyone that has an interest?
I have an interest. I can do that one.
And is there a second member that would like to join? That would be Tamayo and Jimenez. And then also, this is listed as transportation ad hoc. I would suggest for my colleagues' consideration to slightly alter this. It was really formed out of a combination of both the transit ad hoc and the Washington Coalition delegate. The transit ad hoc is really, I think, well, transit in general is an interesting beast. It's a $40 million department. It has a massive amount of federal and state regulations that it already has to adhere to. So I would suggest that perhaps go out of the scope, but we absolutely should continue to be a part of the conversations for the Washington Gold Line Coalition. So I would, propose to change that back to delegate for that. And is there anyone that has interest?
I'll do that. I can do that one.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. And lastly is the financial reporting ad hoc. Let's see. Is there any one that has interest in that?
I have an interest.
And Ms. Tamayo, I will join you on that ad hoc. So, Ms. Jimenez, did you have a comment?
No, what was the one that,
Financial reporting? So with those ad hoc and task force assignments, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so we'll go in order there. So first, we'll do a motion for the dissolution of the cannabis ad hoc, the economic development ad hoc, the homelessness ad hoc, the military task force, solid waste, firework, and that completes that list. Fireworks?
And farmer's market.
And farmer's market, thank you. Is there a motion to dissolve?
I'll second.
First by Councilmember Melendez and second by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. Ms. Deputy City Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Jimenez? Yes. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye. The motion for dissolution for the stated ad hocs passes 5-0. Second, we'll do the new or slightly altered assignments. That would be adding the Stepanakert delegate and altering the transportation ad hoc to now go back to being the Washington Gold Line delegate. Is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
I'll second it.
First by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta and second by Councilmember Melendez. Ms. Deputy City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye. That passes 5-0. And lastly, a motion to approve the assignments as we've stated.
I motion to approve the assignments as assigned.
I'll second it.
And Ms. Deputy City Clerk, do you need those to be restated?
Well, I believe we didn't take a motion on creating the financial reporting ad hoc. Was that?
Do we need to take a motion? Was it not created the last time when we brought that up?
It's just a consensus to bring it forward to a council meeting.
Okay. We'll just do a new motion just for that one, just to go through it. So is there a motion to approve the financial reporting ad hoc?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
First by Councilmember Jimenez, second by Councilmember Melendez. Ms. Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye.
I have a question. So is Councilwoman Tamayo the only person on this task, on this ad hoc right now?
I'm sorry, it's a little fuzzy on this
The financial reporting ad
end.
hoc?
No, that's Councilmember Tamayo and myself.
Okay.
And lastly, to approve the assignments, and we'll just restate those just for the record. So that's Mayor Pro Tem Peralta for Ashia Sister City Association, Councilmember Melendez for the Stepanakert Sister City Association, myself and the Mayor Pro Tem for the ICSC ad hoc, Ms. Tamayo and Ms. Jimenez for the Joint School Board District ad hoc, Mr. Melendez for the Washington Gold Line delegate, and myself and Councilmember Tamayo for the financial reporting ad hoc. Is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve those assignments.
We have a first, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Deputy City Clerk?
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres.
Aye. And that passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Next item for discussion, adopt resolution number 2303, appointing a member and alternates to the governing board of the Los Angeles Gateway Region Integrated Regional Water Management Joint Powers Authority. Is there a staff report?
We do not have a staff report.
This matter is at the council level for discussion. Councilmember Jimenez, are there any comments?
No, I just think we should, I don't think that there's a need to fill the vacancies or have a special election. I think a 5-member council.
You're on the wrong.
I'm sorry? Oh, my God. Where's James? I don't have any comments on this one.
I'll just ask, just look across the board. Are there any comments on this item? I think it's pretty routine. Ms. Deputy City Clerk, please call roll.
The motion?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. If there's a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second, Ms. Deputy City Clerk.
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the next item, City Council vacancies, 2 at-large seats. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item is before you in as much as the election of last year. They created the potential of either action to fill the vacant at-large seats or to take action that would amend the ordinance that was previously adopted to eliminate those 2 additional temporary seats. What is before you this evening is to seek direction from the council to, as outlined in the staff report, if the council calls for a special election, well, let me back up. If the council decides to repeal the provision of the Montebello Municipal Code, then the city council would be retained at a 5-member body. If the council does not repeal that provision, then a direction would have to be provided to either start this process of filling the council appointments by appointment or by a special election. If a special election is held, it is estimated that the cost to the general fund would be somewhere in the area of probably between $250,000 to $400,000 for the special election. And if you retain the 2 seats, it would be by appointment, staffing those 2 seats and monthly stipends and the like would probably be a minimum of $100,000 for the 2-year period. That concludes my report. I'm happy to address any questions from the City Council.
Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? We'll start with Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, if I can add one more item, I'm sorry, Mayor, is that what is also included in the staff report is the proposed ordinance that would repeal the provisions of Montebello Municipal Code, Section 2.08.050, Section G. Thank you.
While we wait for Ms. Jimenez, Councilmember Melendez, any comments?
Thank you. My only comments is that throughout this time, the purpose of districting, every district has a representative. So I would be in support of repealing the ordinance and not fulfilling those 2 seats.
Councilmember Tamayo, any comments or questions?
I have no questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
I don't necessarily have questions. I do have comments, which I will say, but I guess one of the questions is in understanding kind of the legal situation that the city is currently in. We kind of came into districting with a lot of uncertainty. There was no precedent set for all districts being put up at once for this election, which kind of left us in this limbo now of how do we deal with these two seats. Is there any precedent set as far as seats, voted elected seats being dissolved in California?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as indicated, we were in uncharted territory. We've done research. Outside counsel, the council directed us to did research and came up with the same conclusion that if the council was to retain a 7-member body for a brief period of time, that would not be any problem. However, if the council was going to change the composition of the city council to a 7-member body on a permanent basis, that the government code would require a vote of the people to expand the membership from 5 to 7. So there is no, we've done some exhaustive research, there is no case law or any other jurisdiction that we are aware of that formulated districts in quite this fashion.
Okay, thank you for answering the question, Mr. City Attorney. Since one of my colleagues has stepped back in, I would like to give her the opportunity to comment since she was called previously.
Councilmember Jimenez, I believe you were starting some comments on the council vacancies.
Again, yes, I don't think that at this time, given all the work that we have ahead of us, that there's a need for us to conduct either a special election or fill these 2 vacancies if we're not required to do so.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, so seeing kind of the gravity and the serious situation that this specific item has presented the city of Montebello, I do have just a statement that I would like to say, as well as consideration from my colleagues in the process. When the districting process was developed and implemented, it was sold to the voters that these seats, if they became vacant at the results of the election, council shall either appoint or move to a special election. This is the process that was adopted despite concerns being raised by Mayor Torres and I at the time, stating that there was no precedent set for this type of process taking place. So from the very beginning of this process, we knew that we were going into an uncertain legal limbo. Despite these concerns being shared, this is the process that ultimately was adopted, which really transformed elections here in Montebello and put us in this very uncertain situation now. Terminating the 2 seats was never brought forth as a discussion or even as a path that council could take when the decision was made to move towards districting and call for an election that put all 5 districts up for election at once this past summer. Council and our voters were told that if a vacancy was made in 1 or 2 of the seats, that there would be 2 options. And those 2 options are to appoint or to call a special election. I believe those are the main 2 options that this council should abide by. California Government State Law Code 36512 states that if a vacancy occurs in an elected office, the council shall, within 60 days from the commencement of the vacancy, either fill the vacancy by appointment or call a special election to fill the vacancy. There is no language or legality speaking on dissolving an elected seat, or in this case, 2 elected seats. These are 2 elected seats that became vacant, which we heard earlier, there's no precedent set from any other city dealing with this situation. of dissolving those 2 seats. For one, a special election is too costly, as we've heard that it might be anywhere to the tune of $200,000 to $400,000 for 2 seats that would be elected for less than 2 years. And dissolving the seats that were voter elected is not legally clear, and I believe would set the city down an uncertain path of liability. My stance on moving forward is through an appointment. Voting by districts has created a situation in which equity is of importance. Each district election had different numbers of registered voters, different amount of challengers, and different amounts of voter turnout. In order to have an equitable decision, council should appoint by the 2 individuals who not only came in second place, but who were the closest in terms of votes to winning their seats. I will read off the second place candidates per district and the number of votes they were away from winning their seat. In District 1, former Mayor Kimberly Cobos Cawthorn lost by 164 votes. In District 2, Stephen Andrade lost by 762 votes. In District 3, Marie Ledzema lost by 81 votes. In District 4, Ralph Gutierrez lost by 316 votes. In District 5, Rick Alonso lost by 84 votes. It's very clear that the 2 candidates that came closest to winning their elections were Rick Alonso in District 5 and Marie Ledzema in District 4. So today, I would like my colleagues to consider moving forward with an appointment and would like to motion for this process to continue as an appointment, and also motion to appoint Rick Alonso and Marie Ledzema to fill the 2 at-large vacancies for the remaining of the seats' terms. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any comments or responses from my colleagues?
I mean, Mayor, I think just appointing 2 people at this night is extremely unfair without even a process of how to appoint these individuals. The disparity of votes does not mean, I mean, I don't know what formula the Mayor Pro Tem is using, but if anything, use the highest turnout, right? I mean, who got the most votes or second place? But disparity, I just don't know how that seems to equate that. I'm a little shocked at the formula that's being used. The reason why we got to the situation was because there was 2 members that had their at-large seat that decided to run for their council seat. If that wouldn't have happened, then we would have had those 2 seats. We would have had those 2 seats would have been filled, and the at-large would have been filled as well. I understand the situation. I know and your point of view, Mayor Pro Tem. But to just appoint somebody today or to make a motion for that, extremely unfair. I mean, it's at least set up a process, let other people interview for this, or let people, if that's the route you want to go and it's not the route that the majority wants to go, at least set some type of process to allow residents or individuals that are interested in serving that possibility, that are serving to just allow them to do so, right? Anyway, so stand with my stance. I think every district is being represented. I think there is a sunset clause in this provision, so I think, I'm not sure if there's, the city attorney can address that, but yeah, I'd leave it up to the rest of my colleagues.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues?
We just had a recent election, and so that brought up about the candidates that were interested in a seat here at the city council. So we can point to that as something, as an indicator of who's interested.
Mr. City Attorney.
Well, at this point, if there's a second to the motion, I would like to address the council from a legal perspective.
And you need a second to provide that?
Because if you'd like to hear it now, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. More so from the perspective of Brown Act compliance, not necessarily, well, from the Brown Act perspective, to actually fill these seats, you'd have to come back. It's not on your agenda conclusively that you were going to appoint tonight, and I think that it would be problematic if the council moved forward tonight to actually take action. What happens when you appoint that you'd have to come back with a resolution designating appointments so that, certainly that motion can be entertained tonight. If the council gives that direction, that would be the direction of the city council. But as far as final action and seating those individuals, that would not be prudent to do that tonight.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
So I did do some research as far as how other cities move forward with their appointments. And for example, one of the cities, which is the city of Monrovia, recently this past, after the past June primary, went through an election in which one of the council members was elected as mayor, creating the vacancy in which council shall fill through either a appointment or a special election. It was listed under their agenda as an administrative report in which council would provide direction as far as what they would choose. In that meeting, the council members actually moved forward with an appointment and appointees that night. And so I guess just understanding if that precedent has been set in the ways other cities have appointed in their process, and Montebello not necessarily having a process in place, kind of how would that become maybe a Brown Act violation?
I'll take that as a form of a statement or a question, questioning my experience and decision. But let me say this. First of all, Monrovia can do whatever Monrovia would like to do. It's my responsibility as city attorney to provide guidance to the city council to avoid litigation. As far as the process itself, there is no law, there is no rule, there's no ordinance, there's no government code that defines what the process needs to be. So it would be true that appointment does not have to follow any certain process. And I've represented cities where there has been no application process. The council states who they want to see come forward, but there is, at least on the agenda, that listing that says appointment of council members. But the only other requirement, however, that's found is that if the council went down a process of interviewing individuals for the council seats, for the vacancies, that must be done in open session under the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you.
So let me conclude, Mr. Mayor, that I'm not challenging the Mayor Pro Tem's desire to appoint any individuals. I'm just suggesting that tonight, if the council was to give that direction, we would need to come back with the proper resolutions and for the council to take action. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Attorney, and out of respect, was not, trying to in any way doubt your legal counsel, was just stating, the situation that I had seen in how other cities have gone through the process. I would still like to move forward with my motion. So if, Mr. Mayor, unless you have other comments, I would still like to consider this motion.
It's a rough day today, I guess. I think the Mayor Pro Tem's point is well taken, as concerns have been expressed by the community and restated by the Mayor Pro Tem that the entire time that we were going through the districting process, after the creation of a seven-member council, it seemed to be that was the firm and set direction. There is the California Government Code, which has been mentioned here, that talks about the requirement that vacancies be filled. I would say that gives me a lot of concern in that in the ways that, and I'll liken this a little bit back to when this whole idea came up to begin with. The idea of creating 7 members was never legally challenged. There were a lot of verbal concerns that were stated in public comments. There were a lot of, there was a lot of chatter outside of these chambers in terms of how politically motivated the move seemed. Unfortunately, to file a lawsuit to fight something like that is beyond the financial capabilities of a lot of people, and I'm sure if we were able to gather up the money to find an attorney and get an opinion, that would have been something that was litigated and very seriously challenged. I do think in our positions here as council members, not only do we have to consider what we can do, with respect to the community and how they may or may not respond, but also the fact that that if dissolving these seats was challenged and we went by the philosophy or by the view that, well, let someone sue and see what happens, I think that puts us, as the Mayor Pro Tem stated, in very rough waters. Being that this has not been previously litigated, that there are no opinions on a situation like this, and being that there is a very definite set of language that's given by the California Government Code, I do wonder not only about adhering to that code, but then also by the might of the city, just ignoring what the residents might not be able to accomplish by challenging such an action. I will also just very quickly mention, Mr. Melendez, you did mention that 2 members decided to run. I just noted that language down here because it kind of struck me that when creating the 7-member council, the possibility that myself and the Mayor Pro Tem would run seemed not to be considered. That in all fairness, sir, seems to lend to this idea that the move was politically motivated and that creating 5 districts that were specifically carved out in places where the Mayor Pro Tem and myself lived, and having candidates run in those districts for specifically 2-year terms, which would expire at the same time that the Mayor Pro Tem and myself would be expiring, and in essence have incumbents in those district seats facing off against members at large who would not be able to have the same conversation of that strong district representation, I think just lends to the atmosphere that was created over the end of the districting process. And very quickly, I also, while I'm on this train of thought, want to mention that all throughout this process, we talk about the fairness in terms of notice and in terms of having conversations. The districting process really began, if we talk about the very outset, when the letter was delivered by Mr. Rafferty in February of 2021. It took 4 months before that letter came out and was presented for the public in June of 2021. It was not for another 5 months until, and despite the protest of the Mayor Pro Tem and myself, it was not for another 5 months that any kind of outreach was conducted. And it wasn't until the majority changed in January of 2022 that we started to see a lot of action in terms of districting. Now, the actions that happened between January and June of 2022, I think are more astounding than what we may be considering here from the Mayor Pro Tem suggestion, is that of the district maps that were chosen, there was one very handsome map that a lot of people supported. I believe that was map 3B. And that map seemed to conform to the standards of the CVRA. Now, what happened with minimal notice, I think what we might term as minimal notice, and only because the California Voting Rights Act required it, that map was gerrymandered and twisted. So instead of districts being contiguous, and I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem, but District 2 being held contiguous to the west part of the city, a long finger driving along Lincoln and Beverly Boulevards just to touch the place where the Mayor Pro Tem lived, and out of no conversation through her own, because in that environment, the minority didn't really have a voice, these districts were carved out very specifically. That happened with only 7 days notice, with exactly 7 days notice, and I believe that it was done that way because it was required by the California Voting Rights Act and by no other reason. In addition, other decisions that were made, such as the going to a 7-member council, I believe that that also essentially was minimal notice, because the ordinance that created it was over the entire 18-month period from February of 2021 until we went to districts in June, well, I guess, yeah, 16 months, in June of 2022. Never in that time was 7 members considered. And it wasn't until the very last minute had a conversation that had never happened before now appear on our desk as an ordinance. There was no conversation, there was no consideration, and so it just kind of strikes me that that the points that would be made would be that, one, that 2 members decided to run when in essence we were forced to defend a place that we had represented, a place where we own homes and a place where we live, where in a process where if 3 members had run, those 2 districts would have been well represented because members lived in those districts. And despite those facts, I'll maintain that the political decision was made to run candidates in those districts, specifically either to disadvantage the Mayor Pro Tem and myself, or to make it, or to challenge us in 2024. With that being said, Mr. City Attorney, for the item that's as it's written in front of us, as you mentioned, you know, there's usually a resolution and everything that comes with that, but would the language that's written count as Brown Act notice of this discussion?
Well, let me address it in this fashion, Mr. Mayor and Council. The language says fill the 2 council vacancies either by appointment or calling a special election within 60 days of December 14th, 2022, the date in which the vacancies occurred, or repeal the ordinance. The desire is, it sounds, is to fill the vacancies tonight. My caution to the council is that if members of the public were wanting to come address the city council, knowing that specific vacancies were going to be filled tonight, I would be concerned that the language that's on the agenda currently does not give that adequate notice. So again, I'm giving you my viewpoint. The council can move forward irrespective of that guidance. If the council gives direction to present, the mayor has the power to call a special meeting, if you will. The council can bring it back at your next meeting. But I think just tonight, based on what's on the agenda, I would have my concerns. Again, I'm not looking to discuss the motion. That's not my conversation here. It's regarding the Brown Act compliance. So,
with that being said, there is a motion on the floor to retain a 7-member council. Mayor Pro Tem Peralta has further made the motion that we make those appointments this evening. And that would be Rick Alonso and Marie Ledesma. Is that correct?
Yes, under the notion that they received the closest votes to winning their election.
I'd like to make a comment.
Ms. Jimenez?
So both you and Scarlett have talked about transparency for the past 2 years. And I must say that a lot of the folk that actually probably voted for us, maybe half of them, don't understand that both you and Scarlett were running Mr. Rick Alonso. We saw you multiple times walking with him. That Ms. Marie Ledesma or Marie Ornelas or Marie, whatever her name is, because she has different names that we've actually seen. I met her in 2018 and she told me she lived in Cerritos. It's very sickening to me to think that her boyfriend, that seems to be her puppet, is possibly the one who put her up to running. I don't think she lived in the city of Montebello until probably recently when she started running this campaign, working this campaign. And furthermore, her boyfriend, who is a convicted felon, who repeatedly comes to our council meetings, bashing our staff, bashing our city manager. We're very well aware out there, there's a message out there in the community that the ultimate purpose for a council majority this time around, with the utmost respect, Ms. Georgina, I really loved our 3-hour conversation that we had when we first met, and I shared with you the disgust that I had for some of the people that, that you decided to surround yourself with. And it was the same situation that happened.
Ms.
Hold on,
Jimenez,
Mr. Torres.
Ms. Jimenez,
This is just really disgusting.
Ms. Jimenez, I have
because you
to,
talk
Ms.
about
Jimenez,
fairness,
Ms.
David,
Jimenez, if
and now
we-
you're just blatantly,
Ms. Jimenez,
blatantly
Ms.
appointing
Jimenez,
two people that we
Councilmember
know for
Jimenez.
sure. Out of my
Council-
own neighbor's mouth that told me a former councilwoman by the name of Cristina Cortez, and what she
Councilmember
is,
Jimenez, you're
it's
out of order.
really disgusting. You guys
Councilmember
are out of
Jimenez,
line
you are
because you
out of
guys are
order.
talking about the
Councilmember
liability,
Jimenez.
the potential liability, the potential,
Councilmember Jimenez.
and you don't think about the potential liability that we will,
councilmember-
that has been established with, again, David, harassing our
Councilmember
employees that we
Jimenez.
haven't even addressed
Councilmember
correctly.
Jimenez.
So stop being so hypocritical.
Councilmember
and talking
Jimenez.
about transparencies and not being transparent yourself.
Councilmember
it's
Jimenez.
disgusting, and you guys are just starting. So again,
Councilmember
tread
Jimenez.
carefully, please. This is disgusting. And at some point, please listen to our attorney, or the legal advice that he gives us.
Councilmember
Please.
Jimenez, your comments, as to the extent that they're on policy, are received, but you continue to abuse the privilege of the microphone. You abuse the privilege of being able to be on this dais and speak and personally attack people and talk about things that are both irrelevant and that ultimately harm the community with the words that you say. Ms. Jimenez, Ms. Jimenez, Ms. Jimenez,
David, this
Ms.
guy, Rick
Jimenez.
Alonso, had never shown up until you told him to come and
Jimenez.
speak on your behalf, David. Let's be
Ms.
honest,
Jimenez.
please, for one moment. You're here, people are watching, tell them the
Ms.
truth.
Jimenez.
Cristina Cortez tried to recruit people. Somebody said no. The other person said no. Then they went to Rick Alonso because he's your friend, David. This is disgusting. And it's not a fair
Ms.
process.
Jimenez.
If the community wants to have 2 other council members serve at large, they should participate and be part of the process.
Mr. Mayor?
Just very quickly, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like just the record to reflect the extreme disrespect shown by Councilmember Jimenez. Never in the last 4 years that I've spent in office, or the last 6 or 7 years that I've been in council meetings, have I seen someone so extensively disrespect the position and the chair of the chair of this meeting and the mayorship. It is extremely concerning, Ms. Jimenez. I have given you the opportunity to speak, that you would so blatantly and disrespectfully disregard the fact that I'm trying to keep this conversation to policy and hopefully ward against some of your more negative tendencies to personally attack people, whether it
Honesty,
be...
David, honesty.
We'll call a brief recess and return in 10 minutes. At this time, we will call the meeting back to order. Thank you for everyone in the audience sticking with us here over the recess. If we can please have quiet in the audience. Thank you. So to continue where we left off, we are currently on item number 10, City Council vacant seats, 2 at-large seats. There is a motion on the table by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta to both appoint the two vacancies, and she's also nominated 2 individuals to fill those spots. The council went into discussions, and that's kind of where we are right now. Before we continue, I would ask that the members keep their comments to items of policy and not personal attacks. I understand that this may be a very emotionally charged issue, but to the extent that we are representatives of our city and hoping to represent the best in Montebello despite what may be difficult circumstances or difficult conversations, I hope that we can rise to the occasion and on behalf of the residents of Montebello and not on behalf of our own feelings and our own emotions, that we can keep our comments appropriate. With that being said, and with the motion that is on the table, I would like to, I think at this time, propose an alternate motion to Mayor Pro Tem Peralta's, and that would be a motion to appoint the 2 vacancies, and that would be the sole motion for this evening. So that is up for discussion as we come back here. If there are any comments, or we can, or if not, well, I'll put it out there first. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a comment?
Well, I believe you're offering a substitute motion. So the substitute motion is to proceed by filling the vacancies by appointment, and that's the extent of the motion?
That's correct.
I would second that motion.
Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you can please call roll.
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye. That passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 11, and I do just want to note, as the city attorney kind of pointed out to me just a moment ago, we are at the hour of 10:05 with some business still to discuss. We'll get as far as we can, and out of respect just for our staff's time, and you know, as we approach the late hour, we may continue some of these items to a future meeting, but we'll see what we can get accomplished this evening. For item number 11, consideration of introduction and first reading of ordinance number 2459, repealing ordinance number 2443, consideration of temporary starting time adjustment for city council meetings, and established study session to review newly proposed rules of order. Is there a staff report?
I'll provide a brief staff report, Mr. Mayor. At the request of the mayor at the December 21st meeting, there was a request in his council oral to take action, or for the council to consider to take action to repeal the Montebello Municipal Code, Chapter 2.14, which is the language that was adopted by ordinance number 2443, and that also to consider a further conversation with the mayor, alternate time to start the meetings on the second and fourth Wednesdays, and then to develop a process to evaluate the rules of conduct, the standard of the rules of conduct and rules of order. So what is before you, Mayor and Council, pursuant to the request and direction from City Council, is to introduce the attached ordinance, which would repeal the previously adopted ordinance 2443. If the council introduces that ordinance, it would come back for second reading at your second meeting in January. And then if it is approved at that time, it would take effect 30 days thereafter. I believe also, Mr. Mayor, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were requesting a study session to be conducted with your colleagues to discuss rules of procedure?
Correct. When we got to item 14, I was going to continue that discussion about the study session, but that's correct.
Okay. And then also to inquire from your colleagues whether or not the colleagues would consider adjusting the starting time for the Council and Finance Authority, and if so, we would then bring that back in the form of a resolution for Council's consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. If there are any questions or comments on this item, going down the line, starting with Councilmember Jimenez. No. Councilmember Melendez.
My only comments, Mayor, is when we adopt this, and I don't know if it's already established, but also if we're pushing this to a later time, maybe also have a time set where if the meeting goes too long, to push the items to a future agenda or to a future date. I mean, because as you see, as the hour goes on, more people trickle out, and if we want full participation, I think that would be key for everybody to, for us to have that, right? So that would be my only comment.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Mr. Mayo?
My comment on this item is that I know when I was walking in District 1, this was one of the issues that was brought up for working families to be able to attend. That 5 o'clock was not a time that worked well. So yes, I am for this change.
Thank you, Mr. Mayo. Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
No comments, just supportive of the changes. Again, I think that, prior to this being amended in the past 2 years, council meetings just did start at a later time to, I think, accommodate not only council schedule, but as well as those in our community that do get off of work a little later and want to be able to participate, or for those that have children and need to attend to their needs prior to attending our meetings. So that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll keep my comments short. There was a comment from the public earlier, I believe, that talked about really just trying to respect staff time as it came to these meetings. It was my position when this change was first implemented, and it's been my position that the business of the City Council is not to accommodate our schedules, but really to accommodate the public schedules. As Mr. Melendez noted, to the extent that we can make sure that we encourage and really foster the full development of the community, I believe that that should be our aim. If it puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage and we need to work a little harder, I can't say that I got in this position by accident. I walked door to door, I asked for people's votes, and I'm here because I wanted to serve. So with that being said, and I appreciate the support of my colleagues and that extra consideration for our working families to push the time back. I would also like to note the resolution that will take the place of the ordinance in the meantime as the council procedures are further discussed and developed by council. If we can just distribute that as soon as is practicable so everyone has a chance to look into it. I will say that it's something that I wrote personally myself with the original intent of the resolution and this change to council procedures to really consolidate all of the different resolutions over the years. I took that very same philosophy to make a very simple 3-page document to really guide the most foundational elements of how we conduct our business. And I'll just say that I'm looking forward to the input of my colleagues in just really establishing how we go about our decision-making and including the community. So with that being said, and noting that the council member Jimenez is absent, we'll move forward with the vote.
If I may assist in framing a motion?
Yes.
First, well, I think we would want to take them step by step. So first of all, Mr. Mayor, it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to introduce the attached ordinance, which would be the first reading of ordinance number 2459, and to waive further reading of that ordinance. So if you make a motion to introduce the first reading of that ordinance, that would be the first step.
Do I have a motion?
I motion to approve the first reading of that ordinance.
There is a first. Do I have a second?
I second that.
First by the Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilmember Tamayo. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
What would I?
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. That is 4 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
The second item, Mr. Mayor, is to give direction on the starting time, and I would have to bring back a resolution for that to be approved and adopted. So what is that time?
6 p.m. 6 p.m. for closed session to start, 7 p.m. for regular session, for regular business.
Okay. And that if closed session concludes prior to 7 p.m., the regular meeting portion would, or the open portion of the meeting would still be at 7 o'clock.
Yes, and that's just in consideration that the community doesn't always see the very short last minute updates. So just to keep a sense of regularity, the regular meeting starting at 7 p.m.
Okay, so that would be your motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution with a change of time.
Correct.
I motion to approve that change of time as stated.
I believe that's a motion as stated by the city attorney in a second by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Ms. Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, what's the second motion that was made?
The motion is for the closed session start time to, for regular session to begin at 7 p.m. As a standard.
Okay, and do we have any clarity of finalizing the meeting at a certain time?
We can put that into the same one. We can keep it at 11 p.m. for now. So for the Deputy City Clerk, I'll just amend my motion. So closed session at 6, regular session to start at 7 as a standard, regardless of whether or not we have closed session or what time it ends, and then with the understanding that it still ends at 11 p.m. So that is a amended motion that is on the floor.
And we have to make sure that's accepted by the person that made the second.
Yes, I second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? No. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. That is 4 ayes and 1 nay.
The third item is to set a time to conduct a study session. You don't necessarily have to set it tonight, Mr. Mayor, but just to see consensus from your colleagues that a study session should be set to review proposed changes to the rules of order.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Is there a motion?
I motion to set or to
set a study session. Yeah.
to set a study session at hopefully a quick turnaround to be able to discuss these matters.
Thank you, Ms. Peralta. Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. And that is 4 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
That concludes that item, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. Moving on to item number 12, adopting a resolution number 2304, reinstating Mayor Torres's council rights and privileges. Is there a staff report on this item?
A very brief report. Before you is the resolution 23-04. At the meeting of December 21st, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta requested a resolution to this effect. This addresses solely the language in Section 4 of that resolution and would reconfirm the mayor's right to participate in future appointments and all internal city committees and external multi-jurisdictional appointments, and reinstate the privilege of traveling to conferences and other events at public cost and expense. Be appropriate to entertain a motion regarding this resolution.
I make the motion to adopt this resolution.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Deputy City Clerk?
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
Abstain.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. That is 3 ayes, no nays, 2 abstains. Moving on to item number 13, consideration of introduction and first reading of ordinance number 2460, repealing various exceptions of bidding procedures for professional/special services by amending chapter 3.21.025 of the Montebello Municipal Code. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, on this item, pulling up the wrong report. One moment, please. At the December 21st, 2022 council meeting, it was requested by Mayor Torres to address certain provisions of the purchasing ordinances. We circulated a revised ordinance yesterday. My apologies for the confusion on what specifically was going to be retained and what was going to be removed. And it should be noted that the emergency provisions of the purchasing rules and also the 4/5 vote of the purchasing rules were to be retained in that motion, and that the mayor's request was to address professional and special service contracts and also sole source provisions. That was circulated to the council and is in front of you this evening for consideration and introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. Are there any comments or questions by council? Hearing none, Ms. Deputy City Clerk?
Are we taking a motion? Do we have a motion?
I apologize. I get ahead of myself sometimes. Is there a motion to approve the item?
I motion to approve the item.
We have a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Tamayo.
Councilmember Jimenez? No. Councilmember Melendez?
Abstain.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye. That is 3 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
Mr. Mayor, there was a comment that was directed for this item, but because we didn't read all the public comments, that item was not read.
Right, I believe.
Prior to the vote.
Yeah, we moved our written comments to the end of the meeting. So if we can.
Why don't we enter those down to the record, because we need to receive public comment on items before the council makes final decision under the Brown Act. So. Yeah, but
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, for noting that. We are going to, as the City Attorney clarified, our rules are a little confusing. I asked that in the new council procedures that we add the clarification that comments need to be heard before items are decided on. So, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And our rules of procedure are the city's rules. However, the Brown Act regulates and controls and supersedes the city's rules. The Brown Act does require that before the council hears a matter, especially if it's on the agenda, that the council must receive public comment on the item before the council takes action. So there is one correspondence from the Montebello Management Professionals Association that is part of your agenda packet and should be reviewed by the council. And I believe the policy is we read, however you want to do it, Mayor, would read the letter into the record.
When was the letter received?
At 2:32 p.m. This one, right?
Sure. Let's read the letter.
What about the last one I emailed? Not that one separate? But that one's related to this item too? No? Okay. Okay. This comment is from Montebello Management Professionals Association regarding agenda item number 13, January 11th, 2023, City Council meeting. Consideration of introduction and first reading of ordinance 2460. I'll skip to the letter. Dear Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm writing on behalf of the members of the Montebello Management Professionals Association, MMPA, to express our strong opposition to City Council agenda item number 13. As introduced, this item lacks any research independent of anecdotal evidence that has been conducted to determine that the identified bidding procedures are not aligned with best practices, or how the overall performance of the organization is strongly affected by how these procedures are inconsistent with the citywide goal of improving efficiency to ensure that vital administrative functions and the basic delivery of city services are not compromised. However, research based on law and best practices was conducted by city staff to ensure these procedures align with the City of Montebello's strategic goals and commitment to efficiency and compliance. In October 2021, the state auditor published its audit review, report number 2021-807, with recommendations for the city to update the existing municipal code with amendments that will further improve the code and increase the city's ability to properly manage all procurements. A committee of finance staff was formed and worked closely with the city attorney's office to ensure all the proposed changes recommended by the state auditor and identified by the finance staff aligned with the current California Government Code and other governing rules and regulations. On November 10th, 2021, the Director of Finance, Michael Solarza, presented the city's corrective action plan as required by report number 2021-807 that identified the following recommendations. The city should create a policy by January 2021 requiring staff to formally document situations when a valid reason exists for deviation from procurement requirements in its municipal code when the code allows it to do so. In addition, staff recommended language changes to improve the management of sole/single source goods and/or services, standardization of goods and/or services, cooperative purchases, for example, piggybacking of contracts. Posting of bids, requests for proposals, etc., using electronic methods, for example, Planet Bids. Each of these recommendations were unanimously approved by the City Council and subsequently approved by the City Council via ordinance number 2447 on February 9th, 2022. We urge you to consider tabling this item to a date to be determined and work with city staff to identify potential strengths and weaknesses within the city's purchasing system to meet the citywide goal of improving efficiency and ensure that vital administrative functions and the basic delivery of city services are not compromised. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Respectfully, John Soria, President, MMPA.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deputy City Clerk. Are there any other comments? That concludes the comments. In light and consideration of the letter that was just read aloud, would any of my colleagues like to change their votes? The vote stands as previously presented. Moving on to item number 14, approve the 2023 dates for special city council study sessions. Mr. City Manager, City Attorney, is there a staff report?
The report speaks for itself.
Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? The one thing that I would like to add to the item, there are several issues that are pressing in different kinds of ways. I would like to, in addition to approving the proposed dates, which I hope that we can add to our calendar and adhere to, just on a quarterly basis, check in and add items as needed and necessary. I also would like to request for my colleagues that we schedule a study session in advance of the March 1st date, a study session to be held sometime in February, and in particularly, hopefully, to consider certain items. And of course, for time considerations and everything else, I think we can see how the conversation goes, but namely, for this study session in February to consider the brownfield issue in District 5, to talk about economic development, to talk about the, actually, I'll scratch that one for now, and to talk about council procedures. So I apologize. Once again, the brownfield issue, economic development, and council procedures. I'll make the motion to that effect.
I will second.
There's a first and a second by the Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. That is 4 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstain. That concludes regular business. Mr. City Attorney, moving on to the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, at this time it's a consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine. Any items a council member wishes to discuss should be designated at this time. All other items may be approved in a single motion. Such approval will also waive the reading of any ordinance. I'll poll the council in order of tonight's call sheet. And these would be items number 15 through 19, starting with Councilmember Jimenez.
No items.
Councilmember Melendez.
No items.
Councilmember Tamayo.
No items.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
No items.
And Mayor Torres.
No items.
Be appropriate to entertain a motion to approve consent calendar 15 through 19.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
We have a first by Councilmember Jimenez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. And the consent calendar, the entire consent calendar passes unanimously.
It'd be appropriate, I think, to go back now to public comment before we do council orals.
Sure. We will now continue with the public comment portion that continued from the before regular business.
Read the written comments? Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
First comment is from Andrea Garcia. Dear Montebello City Council members, I am writing you this note as a concerned resident of the city of Montebello to urge you to take immediate action to address the dangerous intersection at 6th Street and west of Whittier Boulevard. As you may know, this intersection is located in the heart of the new downtown Montebello and is a key gateway to our city. I and others in my community are deeply concerned about the safety of pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers who use this intersection on a daily basis. Through our twice-weekly gatherings, As part of the Run Montebello Run group, we've witnessed these events regardless if it was day or night, and oftentimes took it upon ourselves to warn pedestrians or use our lights to catch the attention of drivers. As recent as the last night, an actual collision occurred at this intersection where 2 pedestrians were struck. I urge you to take a proactive approach in finding a solution to this issue. This could include implementing traffic calming measures, building lighted pedestrian crossing signals, adding more lighting to the intersection, and a solar-powered stop signs. I believe that this intersection is both an urgent public safety and public health concern, and I urge you to please take the swift necessary steps to make the intersection a safe, accessible hub for all members of our community. Next comment is from William Moreno. I have 2 matters to comment on. I'd like to urge staff and council to immediately address the safety issues on 6th and Whittier, as was done on Beverly near McDonald's. In the face of increasing development, the needs of the pedestrians must take precedent over auto traffic. You can't have it both ways. 2, additionally, Montebello Boulevard between Lincoln and Whittier Boulevard has become a noisy racetrack, especially after 7 p.m. And I have seen no evidence of traffic enforcement on this stretch of street. Historically, this was a quiet residential area that was subsequently destroyed by street expansion by previous administrations and turned into little more than a pass-through for traffic to the 60 freeway. Residents and homeowners are owed a measure of safety, quiet, and protection of their property values. A complete rethinking of the street needs to occur. Immediate mitigation measures should be considered for implementation, including 1, aggressive speed enforcement, as well as ticketing of autos with noisy and modified mufflers, and 2, potential construction of sand walls, like freeway walls and/or sidewalk expansion. Traffic should not be privileged over property owners' safety and investments. Next comment is from Ann Trin. I am a current resident of Montebello who resides near the intersection of Montebello Boulevard and Liberty Avenue. While the city has taken strides to rebuild the roads and construct a median divider, which is very much appreciated, I have since still witnessed many accidents that occur in that intersection. One particular accident occurred last Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. A speeding car sideswiped another car going southbound on Montebello Boulevard, causing that car to run into my neighbor's fence, destroying it and also damaging mine. The car that caused the accident also took out the walk signal pole and fire hydrant, causing thousands of gallons of water to gush out. This recent accident could have had some fatalities. Our neighbor's grandkids were in the living room and were close to that window while it happened. A brick almost flew through the window. People speed quite often, even with the new median divider that is in place. I've lost count of the times the cars have ran through the red lights in that intersection. My question is, are there any more measures that can implement the curtail speeding down the street? Can we put traffic cameras there as a speed deterrent like Paramount Boulevard near the shops at Montebello? This needs to be addressed with urgency. We don't want any more fatalities like what happened back in 2018. Next comment is from Cynthia Esparza. I'm writing you this letter as a concerned citizen of the city of Montebello to urge you to take immediate action to address the dangerous intersection on 6th and Whittier Boulevard. As you may know, this intersection is located in the heart of the new downtown Montebello and is a key gateway to our city. I and others in my community are deeply concerned about the safety of pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers who use this intersection on a daily basis. The high volume of traffic, coupled with the lack of sufficient crossing signals and pedestrian walkways, has made this intersection extremely hazardous. I urge you to take a proactive approach in finding a solution to this issue. This could include implementing traffic calming measures, building lighted pedestrian crossing signals, adding more lighting to the intersection, and solar. I feel like this is a repeated comment. Okay. Next comment is from Miguel Bautista. Good evening, City Council. This new hiring panel could not have come at the best time. Vernon Cresswell can be reinstated from this bad firing. Richard Carlin can be hired as a deputy director. Craig Barker can be hired as the next assistant fire chief. And you guess what they all have in common? That's right, they play ball with the new majority on council. Birds of a feather flock together again, the good old boys club, and we can't hire for credentials because none have them. If these individuals applying for the position are qualified, then no problem. But if they are because of friends on council, the only ones hurting are the city. That's the truly sad part. Let's ask ourselves, once these people are in these positions, what's next? What are the next favors they will need to do to repay? Scratch my back and I scratch yours, because fire department deals with business matters too, not just burning stuff. I'm sure they have their hand in this somehow, and it can't be good. Next comment is from Andres Cruz. I am writing this letter as a concerned citizen. This is also a repeated comment. They're expressing their concerns on 6th Street and Whittier Boulevard. Next comment is from Emmett Malaki. Mayor Torres and Council, I heard about the big production show you Torres is putting on through School Chatter. This is your alma mater school. Did you make a donation to our Schurz band for coming out to perform? Schurz baseball team had their gear stolen a year ago, and Mayor Cobos pulled her checkbook out to write a check to help replace their gear, and she didn't even go to Schurz. So where's the band's check, Torres? Got lost in the mail? Should we hold our breath, or now that you need to do damage control, will we be seeing one too? The difference, Mayor Cobos, she has always been involved. This is her Montebello. She proves she couldn't be bought because she has her own money, unlike the rest of you, where she was protecting our city and making it financially secure, while you were doing the opposite. Your prior family involvement of missing millions from your father, Richard, well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The upcoming lawsuits you will be costing our city well into millions. Why should we pay for your bad behavior? This is your behavior. You treat people like they are nothing. You pay for it. Keep trying to paint yourself as a good guy. We all know exactly who you are. No one likes you. LA City figured it out. We will soon follow. Emmett. That concludes our written comments.
Thank you very much. Made fantastic time getting through those there. And with that, we'll move on to AB 1234 travel reports. Oh, okay. We have one more comment. Yes, please.
This message is from Jose Lopez. The reason for writing this letter directly to you on 1/21/2022, I sent in an email regarding the complaint about David Torres' constant contacting of me through various avenues. Last year, I sent in an email stating my opinion on Torres' conduct towards others on council and his disrespect of staff. I received a phone call from Torres, and I asked him how he got my phone number. I never gave my permission to have my information released to anyone. He continued to tell me I was wrong, and I told him it's my First Amendment rights, and I told him it's my First Amendment rights to speak my concerns and opinions. I told him, do not call me again. I am not interested in anything you have to say. I wrote a second email, and again, Torres contacted me through a text message. My answer to him was, do not text me. He later sent me an email. Gus Torres thinks he's smart because he stopped calling and texting, so he emailed me. I warned Torres I would file a complaint with the Montebello Police Department if he did not stop harassing me by any source of contact. Last month, Torres went to extremes to find me on Instagram. It is not by my name asking me to follow him. I am a straight man, and I am not interested in a gay man constantly harassing me, period. I would ask Attorney Glassman to be held responsible for denying my First Amendment rights by protecting Torres. What I wrote was the truth. I have screenshots of Torres' phone number, text, and email. I also plan to file a complaint with the ACLU against both for denying my First Amendment rights by not reading my email into the record. I would recommend Glassman not be allowed to conduct meetings and instead send another member of his law firm. Someone that can be impartial, unlike Glassman, has proven not to be. Please, I do not want to be called by anyone. This is my First Amendment right to speak my opinions and concerns. Thank you, Jose Lopez.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Moving on to AB 1234 travel reports, we'll go down the line, starting with Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes, Councilmember Melendez and I attended Contract Cities at Sacramento Legislative Tour Monday and Tuesday. I think it's probably the most productive Sacramento. Oh, sorry. We attended the Contract Cities Sacramento Legislative Tour, and I think it's probably been one of the most productive conferences that we've been to as far as the legislative tour. It's always very nice to meet other cities, newly electeds, and have them recognize us not by who we are. They don't know us by face, but when they know that we're from Montebello, they high five us and they commend us for the work that they see that is finally being done in the city. One of the things that I think we heard most, the most positive response for us was from our housing element, right, Sal? Where people were, I don't know if people understand how important this is and what a big deal this is, but again, it was nice to finally see some of our colleagues in other cities up in Sacramento learning about propositions that have recently been passed, laws that have been just passed that are going to affect, benefit, and or affect in our cities in both positive and negative ways. Again, it was a very productive conference. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Jimenez, we both attended Contract Cities in Sacramento. The importance of this is, and probably the most benefit from these conferences, is the new legislation and past legislation that has been passed that's impacting our communities. And it's a good way for us to lobby, go up to Sacramento and say, you know what, those policies or that legislation is really impacting our communities, and it's to remind our state officials of how, at the same time, how beneficial and detrimental certain policy can be. So it's extremely important. It was an extremely important meeting, and together as cities, we make a stronger voice. So yeah, that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Melendez. Councilmember Tamayo.
I have nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yeah, I have no travel reporting. Thank you.
And thank you very much to Council Members Melendez and Jimenez for representing us up in Sacramento. Looks like there's a lot of really great meetings that happened. Moving on to council orals. We will start with Council Member Jimenez.
Mr. Jerry Griffin, I'm not sure if anyone has heard of Mr. Jerry Griffin, but I can't remember when it was. I didn't ask staff to pull this information up, but sometime last year, possibly almost 2 years ago, I asked for if we could direct staff to honor Mr. Griffin's memory by placing an image of him. I spoke to Chief Pelias at some point after and see if we could come up with a nice quote where we could remember Mr. Griffin, honor his memory to help also bring awareness to the members of the fire department during bullying prevention, mental health, and suicide prevention month because he did commit suicide. And it's unfortunate that often we don't understand, we don't see that being part of these departments isn't always a smooth ride, and there's a lot of tension and often some bullying happening, unfortunately. Um, I feel that some members are intimidated and forced to be silenced, and situations like Mr. Griffin's will, unfortunate situations happen. So I want to ask again if we could follow up with staff on placing an image of Mr. Griffin at every fire station to remind the members that that they're not alone if they're struggling with bullying, with mental health, and that there is help out there. So again, just following up with staff, if we can, city manager, and whomever it is that we need to talk to, so to make sure that this happens.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. I do have a comment on this, but before I speak, I'll go down the line. Councilmember Melendez, Councilmember Tamayo,
No comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yes, I would like to also recognize that we have had these situations as well in other departments, such as most recently in our police department as well. So I think being inclusive of the, the sensitivity of suicide awareness is extremely important. So I'm not sure if, staff can also include that as well, and, whether it's placing their photos at City Hall or in a way that we can also be inclusive of other employees who, have passed away because of suicide, I think would be something that I would like to add.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. For my comments, just to be quite candid, Councilmember Jimenez, I think it is extremely honorable that you are, trying to honor the life of Mr. Griffin, as well as really recognize what is becoming a pervasive issue and particularly throughout the COVID pandemic. However, I would say that I would abstain from this vote. And in the true sense of an abstention, just not having enough information. I wasn't around. I don't know the firefighters that are around. The walls within our police departments and fire departments, I think, are held very near and dear to the men and women that of public safety that service us. And I believe that that kind of decision and that kind of importance is most appropriate for the people that knew him and that knew the circumstances. These situations can be so delicate, and sometimes we can really, in looking in the past and trying to do the best that we can to honor that past, by no fault of our own and through no serious intent, actually have some kind of disrespect. And so at least for myself, again, I just want to say I do absolutely honor what you're trying to do. However, I do feel uncomfortable prescribing something on events that I really don't have enough information to say whether or not it's appropriate in terms of what happened. If there are any other comments?
If I may, back during the time when I brought this up, there were a couple of men, specifically Chief Pelaez, who got to know Mr. Griffin, and Craig Barker and Romo, and there were several men that could speak to the unfortunate situation. Not everyone knows the details, but people spoke very highly of this gentleman. And again, it was unfortunate that due to his poor mental health and possibly bullying, is what drove him to this. So you have communication with a lot of the men in the fire department, David. I think you can probably talk to them. And bring it back some other time.
We won't get into communications with staff. I think we're, we'll get through business here. But I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Jimenez. They're well received. Thank you. With that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jimenez? Yes. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
I decline to vote.
Mayor Torres?
Abstain. So that is 3 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention, and 1 decline to vote. The oral passes. Councilmember
That as an
Jimenez?
abstain, Arnold? How do we treat Peralta's vote as an abstain?
Well, that's a good question. It should be viewed as an abstention because when you decline to vote, you're not abstaining, you're not voting aye, you're just saying, I'm not participating. So just note it in the record that
Thank you.
that way. Since the mayor declared it that way, then that's,
Moving on, Councilmember Jimenez?
That's fine, I'll bring my other oral, I'll remove my second oral.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you. Yeah, so for my first one, I just want to talk a little bit about an important situation. I know we've discussed a lot of important stuff here, but I think stuff like this that's happening sometimes around the world, it makes you really look at things a lot different. There has been an urgent humanitarian situation unfolding in one of Montebello's sister cities, Stepanakert, the capital of Artsakh, which is home to over 120,000 Armenians. The people of Artsakh are currently under, I believe, might be the 5th or 6th week of a blockade by Azerbaijan, which is blocking the sole road connecting the people of Artsakh to Armenia and posing huge risks to vulnerable populations. The blockade is cutting off access to food, emergency aid, and supplies, and it's also restricting the travel and movement of over 120,000 people. It is extremely disturbing to hear of the humanitarian crisis currently unfolding in Artsakh as a result of Azerbaijan's continued and relentless campaign of aggression against the Armenian people. So what I'd like to ask for my colleagues is consensus for a resolution condemning the illegal blockade of Artsakh. If I can get a consensus for that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Melendez. Are there any comments or questions? And going down the line, Councilmember Jimenez.
No comments, but I think it's, a lot of working right now, solving this crisis. I think it's something that do this by demonstrating this type of support.
You
Digo
wanna
que
say-
sí, que estoy de acuerdo, que estoy de acuerdo con esto, doña Rosa.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Tamayo?
I have no comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
No comments, but I think this is a really great showcase of solidarity and very supportive of Councilmember Melendez's oral.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will just want to echo the sentiments and thank Councilmember Melendez for bringing this forward with our sister city relationship. And, you know, sometimes we feel like we're just a little city. We don't have to comment on events overseas, but Montebello has always stood strong with our Armenian population. So we appreciate that. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Torres?
Aye, that passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So my second item, I'm not going to go too in depth about it. I know we got a lot of emails, and there was some people here that spoke about the concerns on 6th Street and Whittier Boulevard. I did speak with our city manager and public works director, and I know there's some challenges, right? But I know there's also some potential opportunities for us to have either, you know, different types of remedy, right, to the situation. So I'd like to see if we can maybe utilize this time to kind of address some of the issues that were brought and see how we can come forward with a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Torres.
Aye. The item passes 5-0. Councilmember Tamayo, your orals?
For my first oral, I have a request to, can you hear me? I have a request to provide a status of the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funds. So if you could provide a brief explanation of how the ARPA funds were received, how much was received by the city, what has been spent to date, what is left over, and what are the ARPA funds to be used for.
Are there any comments or questions? Just to make a quick comment, I believe, Mr. City Manager, we did get a communication this week that kind of outlined some of those. We can forward that again and make sure that that gets in front of you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask that that be included as a short presentation just to make that available for the public as well? Or how would you suggest, I mean, just to, if we're able to put it on the website, or how we can ensure that we're being transparent with kind of how these ARPA funds are being used and where we're at with them?
Mr. City Manager, would we be able to do like a fact sheet?
We could do a fact sheet, or we can bring your staff report at a future meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a report at a future meeting and a fact sheet posted online would be great.
If we can do both, please. Thank you. Oral number 2.
And my second one is just comments during council meetings should focus on issues and not be personalized. I think it's been touched on several times, but we all just finished campaigning, and one of the issues that came up was the personal tax amongst the council up here on the dais. It's a privilege to sit up here. Constituents do not appreciate it when we're making personal attacks on each other. So I'm just asking today that we make a commitment to respect each other, and comments during city council meetings should focus on issues and not be personal. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Tamayo. I just want to note that in light of our current council procedures, we do have a provision that essentially urges us to not consider any new business after 11 p.m. It looks like we have a couple quick orals, and I think we do have some important closed session items that staff would appreciate direction on, but I will defer to my colleagues if you would allow us to continue business until we get everything wrapped up here this evening. So I'll ask for a motion to finish up our council orals and to consider the closed session items that we didn't get to earlier this evening.
I motion, or you, I'm sorry.
Calling for a motion.
Calling for a motion, yes. I'll motion to extend the time and, commit to kind of working quickly through these matters to ensure that we leave soon.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a first by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta and a second by Councilmember Tamayo. If we can get a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jimenez? No. Councilmember Melendez?
No.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. That passes 3-2. Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, your orals.
Yes, so I'll go ahead and kind of go through these quickly. So my first council oral is to reinstate Traffic and Safety Commission. I'd like to see consensus to reinstate this commission. As we've moved to districts, we really are seeing the importance of how every district is dealing with traffic and safety concerns that are specific and unique to their area. As we saw, as many public comments came in today addressing the traffic concerns on Whittier Boulevard. Similarly, so a few residents came in and spoke about the traffic concerns on Beverly and Lincoln and the terrible accidents that have taken place between those two schools. I believe that appointed commissioners by district will be able to receive complaints having to do with these matters, recommend ways and means for improving traffic conditions and administration and enforcement of traffic regulations with topics that relate to speed zones, stop signs, signals, pavement markings, traffic design and engineering, as the previous commission did. So just seeking consensus to be able to reinstate this commission and hope to have that brought back at least by February.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to give direction?
I motion to, I guess, oh wait, we're asking for council consensus.
The request is to reinstate the commissions. That's the request, and why don't you poll the council, see if there's concurrence on that. We'll bring back the necessary documents.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Melendez.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Aye.
Mayor Torres.
Aye. That passes 4-0 with Councilmember Jimenez absent.
Mayor, may I make it just a quick comment?
Sure.
Just want to put the record, Councilmember Jimenez just texted me, her babysitter's had to leave, so that's the reason why she had to excuse herself.
Thank you, Councilmember Melendez.
And we will bring back the required reinstatement documents.
With that, item attached is to develop a traffic and safety Q&A and directory. So I'd like to receive council consensus to direct staff to create a Q&A or toolkit for most common questions in regards to these traffic and safety matters. I've looked up some different traffic and safety Q&A toolkits from other cities, and basically it's just published, very important questions that a lot of our residents have that just have easy to find answers, such as how do I report unsafe driving in my neighborhood, how are speed limits determined, how can I request street calming devices such as stop signs, speed bumps, having the forms available, and who do I contact about parking problems, permit problems, any type of traffic related problems. I think having a directory in which residents know who to call is important, and having all this information in a concise way I think would be great, so residents can be able to receive answers to very pressing questions that they might have that can be easily answered. So I'd like to see consensus to develop this type of just simple Q&A to be published online, as well as being made available through social media.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any comments or questions? The only thing that I might add is, Mayor Pro Tem, you seem to have a very clear idea of what you would like to see. So, I would hope that you work closely with staff to develop that, and hopefully before it comes back next time, you can really check in and make sure that what's being presented is kind of to your vision there. With that being said, is there a motion to approve?
A motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Aye.
And Mayor Torres.
Aye.
And lastly, also reinstating the Civil Service Commission. I'd like to see consensus to reinstate this commission and its roles. The importance of the commission is to protect employees' rights and security to their jobs, as well as to ensure and independently review the process of any adverse actions by the city against employees to limit liability and potential lawsuits. By reinstating the commission, council is reinforcing the security of our employees, their jobs, their rights, as well as providing an independent review to ensure that our actions as a city taken both protect the city and also the employees who are providing for their families. So I'd like to see consensus to reinstate the Civil Service Commission and rules as it existed.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
First by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, second by Councilmember Tamayo. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Melendez.
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Aye.
Mayor Torres.
Aye. That is 3 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention, and 1 absent. Moving on to my orals, I am very happy to report that I was able to talk with city staff earlier this week regarding my items. The installation of the chairs is a little bit of an ongoing discussion. To my understanding, we do have them and we are able to install them. There are some extra considerations that would, I think, be prudent to carefully consider in terms of the sound of the room. And to just be very completely candid, in terms of the sound of the room, a lot of people complain about not being able to hear everything. So we're looking to see how we can arrange elements to improve the quality from the audience. That being considered, if we have solid chairs here in the way, it might make it a little bit more difficult to be able to do that kind of work. So we're going to talk about that a little bit more. For my second oral, I just want to really applaud staff for addressing the audio issues this evening. We have been plagued with microphones that drop out. If you go to the recordings online, the sound is very consistent, the audio is there, but it has just been a real issue in terms of council hearing what's going on and the audience understanding what's going on. And then it's just very confusing when you're coming up to the mic for the first time and you keep hearing your voice drop away. So I would like to thank the city manager for jumping on that immediately and figuring out the issue, and our IT director, Michael Chi, for his talents in solving this issue here that's plagued us for so long. With the orals concluded, we will adjourn into closed session to continue the items from earlier this evening.
Yes, at this time would be appropriate to recess into closed session for item 2 that was previously announced for the 2 items of anticipated litigation.
At this time, I'd like to reconvene the meeting from closed session at 12:24. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a report regarding the closed session items?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect the City Council convened for closed session with 4 members being present. Councilmember Jimenez was absent. The record should further reflect that the City Council received a briefing on the 2 items. There was no action taken that's required to be reported, and there's nothing further to report. It's appropriate to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn.
There's a first, is there a second?
I second.
And with that, thank you everyone for hanging in there. The meeting is adjourned.